Hey,
Hi, Olivia. Nice
how?
to see you after a
Yeah.
long time, Olive.
Gary, how are you? Hello, Gary, how are you?
I'm great. Good to see you both.
Good to see you. It's been quite a while.
Yeah, we have to
Um,
organize international conferences just to see our friends, isn't it?
that fantastic.
Come up
I
with
have.
crazy explanations and and subjects in order to lure you in.
It is. You have
And it's
one. I have to follow two or three sessions at the same time and check out this speaker and that speaker. It's fantastic. It's a great effort.
Yes.
Hi,
Hi.
Adler.
Hello, everyone. I just want to make sure if I'm at the wrong room because I think my moderator is Elena. I followed her link to join this meeting, but uh, I
I,
don't see her here.
I thought Pavel was the moderator for this session. Let me check.
Pavel. Yes, it was Pavel. And yeah, I mean, I'm going to
Oh,
do
okay.
my best.
Elena said there's a confusion. Okay,
Hi,
I'll
Lila.
I'll join another session. Looking forward to
Yeah.
your discussion. See you.
See you.
Okay.
Wow. So is Pavel going to chair or Gary? Will
No,
you do
no,
the honor?
I'm just snooping around.
He's just joining. Just
Yeah. He sent an email just a little while ago.
Yeah, he must be just coming. Where are you now, Olivia?
I'm in Milan at the moment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So I was happy to join, even though I'm this is not my field of expertise, but let's say that learning gets close to it. Hi, Pavel. Nice to see you.
Hello, and apologies for a delay, but we are about to start, and I can see that everyone is here. Olivia, thank you for joining.
Yeah.
Manif, Mila, Antonio, um,
Hi, Pavel. I'm just going to
Gary.
out, but I just wanted to
Yeah.
say hello.
Oh,
I'll be,
ciao.
I'll be here.
Um, well, thank you everyone for joining in. Mila and Antonio, if eventually you can also maybe switch on your cameras. It will be helpful for us to see each other in this amazing panel. Hello. And yes, we are in this second day of conversations of the 65th year uh, conference of World Academy of Art and Science. And World Academy of Art and Science, I think, goes through an amazing time right now. It has been created 65 years ago, as you know, in response to some of the most pressing risks that society has been experiencing then, such as the need to deal with nuclear warfare and challenges of the Cold War. And now we are going through a massive transition related to artificial intelligence, redefinition of the world order, and let's say a lot of critical changes that undermine what we are used to in the last 65 or 70 years of our lifetime, but also for finding new pathways. And I think this conference is one of those spaces we can really fundamentally discuss what it requires right now to make this shift, this adaptation. Um, and the panel we are going to explore today is on lifelong learning. So lifelong learning is not a new concept as such. It has been around for, I think, in the pedagogical notion for since at least middle of 20th century. But practically, has been there forever. Adults do learn throughout lifetime, and life is never-ending learning journey. So in that sense, we cannot say that anything new is happening when we start talking about lifelong learning. But again, because of challenges that we have right now, the need to redefine how we organize lifelong learning, how we practically handle it, is absolutely imminent. And maybe the crucial part is that in previous, let's say, centuries, the kind of change that we're experiencing right now, for instance, the transition from agricultural society to industrial society, it could be facilitated and supported through educational systems, and it was relatively smooth. We could say that, okay, the new generation learns new ways, adapts to the transition, while the older generations phase out. Right now, everyone from babies to senior people undergoes through this need for adaptation to an AI-rich society, and perhaps ahead of us, the general artificial intelligence, which can radically redefine the rules of the game. And also, educational systems themselves are actively challenged by AI coming in. So the question I hold for our panel is, I know it's not only AI, so we do not have to focus on the AI. We are in the polycrisis, we are in the systemic transition, we have many factors playing in, we have sustainability challenges and environmental crisis. So it's many more aspects of the crisis that we are facing. But let's look at this systemically, and let's say that the current situation around AI is a kind of wake-up call to us as people who work with education. What is the new shape of things to come, so to say, in the space of lifelong learning? How do we see this pathway forward that we need to open up? And I think we can start with presentations, but I would like to invite you to keep some time, maybe to have your contributions of 7, 8 minutes, so that we have some time for interaction between us on this panel. Olivia, maybe we will start with you. You mentioned this is not the key subject of your study, but you look at education very systemically. And from that lens, where do you think the transformation to our approaches need to happen?
Okay. Well, I was here secretly hoping you would pick me last, but it's okay that you pick me first, because either way, I'm going to sort of really launch a provocation, if you allow me, rather than give a speech, because truly I feel a much more a learner than anything else in this field at the moment. So allow me to just share a reflection that is almost a micro story of some of the work that we've all been engaged with over decades now. And I really liked the description you gave of the session. I think it sets the tone of the conversation. And I wanted to bring us to a slightly different route into this conversation, which is that I feel for decades we have worried and then critiqued thoroughly the fact that the economy, and in particular GDP, have been by and large misrepresented as an end rather than a means. And I would argue that in the last 10 to 20 years, this position that was never warranted of economy and GDP as an end has become itself the means to technology, which would neatly bring us to indeed your the sort of presentation of this session and the purpose of this session. So with this premise then, I feel that when you say that, you say the recent invasion of AI into mainstream work environment across almost all industries has both accelerated and radically altered worker requirements, eliminating many existing jobs and demanding acquisition of higher order skills in current or new forms of employment. Now, what this makes me feel, and it's not the text because what you are reflecting on is what is absolutely abundantly being discussed now out there. But what it makes me feel as a one of the million little, elements of the academic endeavor is very much like being in a matrix where you are just permanently responding to external crises. Let's use what is it, meta crisis or polycrisis, the latest framing. And yes, okay, not just crises, but opportunities. There's abundant language around the opportunities of AI and every possible evolution of that technological world. But the point is that we are responding to either the crises or the opportunities that were not necessarily meant, I would say, for living a good life. And I mean this in the Socrates' own conception of it, which entails a certain level of examined life. It's not just about having a life. And behind all the opportunities that are being, I would like to say, thrown at us, I feel that what is being offered ultimately is to have just a life. Now, academia is largely part of the system and its logic, with extraordinary exceptions, of course, and notably Arizona's university is a shining star in this realm. But by and large, we are part of the system and of the logic. And at best, we are attempting to wag the dog by the tail in a direction that would be meaningful. But we're not doing more than that. So what if we asked, what would it mean to offer lifelong learning and knowledge for a good life as intended? Can we even ask this question? Or are we just to respond to the opportunities that AI will offer us and how we can negotiate them? Can we then ask the simple question of what matters most before we answer the question, what can we know? And then what must we do? Which is an echo to another of our great thinkers, Kant, and whose third question, which academia systematically in general ignores, which is, what may we hope? What may we hope? And I would like to ask that question first before I answer the question, what can we know? What kind of knowledge for lifelong learning should we offer? And then what must we do with it? So it's basically, I would like to invite that if we want anything to significantly change of the endless list of crises that we are compelled to introduce in every session, and change a direction that is desired as opposed to imposed, even if that imposition is framed as an opportunity, then I think we need to learn or relearn to ask the question, what may we hope for and what matters? So that's my contribution.
Thank you, Olivia. And appreciating this, I would like to say that I would like to also really frame this as part of our further discussion. So that will be my invitation to the next upcoming panelists. Because in my framing, I ask, to what extent life learning is a space of adaptation, and to what extent it can be a space of creation, co-creation of the future we want to see. The discovery of possibilities, the discovery of society we co-create, and learning for that. So learning for that. So maybe with that spirit and holding the provocation of Olivia as part of our further conversation, I would like to invite Antonio to speak. Antonio, you are a practical man in a way in this panel because you are running a university, so you have to deal with challenges of how to frame it in curriculum and at the same time reform your university for these future challenges. So, how do you see this set of questions we are posing in this panel?
Thank you very much. I'm talking from Brazil. We have Getúlio Vargas Foundation, where I work, has doctoral programs, master's programs, but we have a very large continuous education program with 50,000 students, maybe half face-to-face, half online. What can see is that a huge demand for rescaling and upscaling all professionals that look for our education. So there's a large demand, especially because all repetitive jobs are being displaced by the technology. So many people, bankers, for instance, everything is to be more and more online. And the person that was 10 years, 20 years working in a bank, they lose their jobs for AI. And this is a big thing. They need to rescaling, upscaling to find another job. No? I have some finds. One finds that if everybody use AI, everybody is in equal level. So the difference, what can aggregate to a company is creative thinking, solve complex problems, emotional intelligence. So given everybody is AI, they are equal. So now what the difference is the human capabilities. So we need to explore the human capabilities that this will be quite important, very important to all of us. If we given that we have some training on technology and AI as a technology, human plus AI is a quite powerful situation. The workforce is better, is more smart, more agile, and deeply innovative. Human capability plus technology. This is a big difference. We can free time, the technology can free time for strategic and high-level planning. But most importantly, I envision that long range, we have so many technologies in all places that people will have less than 40 hours of work per week. They eventually have 20 hours and they will take care of themselves, their family, they can study, they can reskilling continuously. Because if you use a lot of technology, people will have free time to better themselves and their families, the human behavior. Another point that I made some notes. One thing that scares me is the bias. The AI systems can be unintentionally reflect the prejudice of in training. Who is trained the AI? If they are trained with bias, this bias will affect all of us. all of us in many companies he received thousands or thousands CVs. And if they use AI to screening, you have a big bias on that in hiring people for work, for law enforcement. Given that you have some physical characters, AI, if it's biased, will be quite complicated. And this another point that I think is unequal access to AI. Imagine a country, a big country, let's say United States. If you have the poor don't have the full access of technology, and the rich that 1% holds about 40% of the wealth, this gap will increase in the US, in Brazil, in the more less rich countries will suffer more. In Brazil, for instance, if the poor people don't have access technology, and I have access technology, the gap will be enormous. It's a problem. It's a challenge for even national security, because people, this will be quite strong. 10 families holding almost all the country. Huh? And my just to stop at this point, lifelong learning is a civic duty. It's an obligation of government to invest in lifelong learning, because people will be without jobs. And there will be a social mess if you don't really invest in lifelong learning. Because if you don't do that, the gap will increase between poor and rich. And this will be a social problem for any country, any country. So I don't want to spend more time. I'm trying to follow the rules established by Pavel. Thank you very much. And I think it's very interesting, this discussion.
Mm. Thank you very
Thank you
much,
very much.
Antonio. And I really appreciate this idea of lifelong learning as a civic duty, which sort of addresses one of questions which I posed to us preliminary when we were kind of looking forward to this panel, the idea of whose responsibility is lifelong learning, which probably is not anyone's individual responsibility, it's everyone's responsibility collectively. But to
Yes.
frame it also as a civic duty, I think that's an important important framing that we should bear.
Just to complete this, in Brazil, we have not lots. All states have public schools, at least 2, 3, 5, depending of state, public schools. The public schools in Brazil, they are free. So they could promote these civic duties, at least in the public schools, okay? And will make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to actually now maybe transit to Dr. Manif, because I believe that many of things that Antonio just expressed, you will also perhaps, that's my assumption, knowing some of context of Arabic world, they probably would also be highly relevant for countries that you work with and the context that you work with, and especially the issues of AI bias and how it sort of is heavily relying on Western perspective of the world and does not really fully appreciate other perspectives. An inequality gap, which also it creates, especially for parts of population that may experience themselves kind of on the other side of the fence, so to say.
Okay.
So
Thank
what's
you.
your perspective? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Pavel. Well, I'm glad you called me to speak before my eminent friend Mila, because I'll be stealing a lot of her ideas from yesterday's session, um, and repeating them here and claiming that they are my own and not Mila's. Um, but I hope she will forgive me for that. Um, I will be looking at the question that you have kindly raised from a public policy perspective. And yes, from a person who's, although lived and worked in the North for many, many years, is essentially concerned with the South perspective or the perspective from the South. I would say that AI today is diagnosing diseases faster than doctors, drafting content faster than writers, and optimizing systems more efficiently than teams of analysts. The implications for productivity are very well known. They are vast, and also the challenges to the way we think, the way we educate our children, and the way we view socioeconomic development. Our institutions, however, particularly in the South, um, especially our educational institutions and national science, technology, and innovation ecosystems, that's the uh, part of the governance structure that I work with and focus on in many countries, seems to be lagging behind when it comes to adapting or adopting policies for AI. We are witnessing an exponential leap in technology that is met with a linear and sometimes stagnant response from the very systems responsible for preparing our societies for the future. This gap is not only an administrative concern, but it's a threat to economic competitiveness, social equity, and national resilience. Our current education model throughout the world, in the North and the South, still prepares young people for a world that is quickly disappearing. Uh, it front loads learning into the first 20 years of life, thus negating UNESCO and the other previous speakers' philosophy of lifelong learning. It does assume that people have career stability and focuses heavily on content acquisition, the accumulation of knowledge, but not necessarily the capacity to utilize this accumulated knowledge for socioeconomic development. AI needs to be, again, looked at in terms of its capacity to influence critical thinking, ethical judgment, emotional intelligence, and the ability to communicate, collaborate, and adapt. Our education system must now walk a tightrope. One side, it must equip learners with practical AI skills. We all have to do that. Uh, how to use such tools, prompt systems, interpret AI generated results, and understand the implications. And then we have to utilize or learn the tools to humanize the output of the AI ecosystem, because that's a different component of the AI information production procedure. We have to try and see how AI helps or hinders our capacity to ask meaningful questions or assess information or engage in persuasive and emphatic communication. This dual mandate is not optional, it is essential because without it, we risk raising generations who are technically proficient but intellectually passive. It's like when the calculator came along, most of our accumulated capacity to do simple calculations by hand or mind gradually faded away because we rely so heavily on our calculators. In some parts of the world where calligraphy is important, Chinese characters, Japanese characters, Middle Eastern characters, that's an art form that's fastly disappearing because nobody is using his or her capacity to produce art in that form. So regulation is necessary to ensure that we maintain both the AI capacity to utilize the tools, yet not lose our inherited capacity to use our skills that we've acquired over centuries. I think that is important. It's important not to over-regulate AI in many countries because although we need the legal tools, but there are already in existence are legal clauses in all our laws that regulate the flow and confidentiality of information and so on and so forth. So the challenge is to apply them smartly and proportionately, these regulations, so that we ensure that our AI ecosystem is dynamic. I will sum up, Mr. Chairman, with two quick recommendations. Yes, educational systems are lifelong and should be lifelong, but they should be flexible and dual focused, in my opinion, on AI fluency and human excellence. We should try for as long as possible retain our human excellence. Secondly, I would say that our STI ecosystem, science, technology, and innovation, that are, or we think are future-proof, dynamic, and should be embedded in our national priorities, need to be reviewed as quickly as possible in the light of all the developments that have been taking place. One look at the Global Innovation Index with its 70 different indicators would bring all this back into focus. In fact, I would go as far as to propose that countries that do not have a policy or a vision for the dissemination of AI into their national education system to adopt the Global Innovation Index as a possible tool to really be able to govern or improve the governance of their STI ecosystems. So I think the classic recommendation also would be that we need governments, that's for you, Milia, educators, that's for you, Milia, as well, and all the others, innovators and civil society to work together to make this tremendously important shift, because the AI age is not a distant horizon. It is already here, and whether we see it as a threat or an opportunity will depend entirely on how we choose to prepare ourselves for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manif. Yeah, I think a great segue to our last speaker, Mila Popovic. And Mila, I think you don't require many introductions, and I think everyone in this room and perhaps the listeners will know your work. But I believe a lot of what Manif just expressed, you are also facing as in your government role, like talking about what kind of policies need to be established, especially since Montenegro is not maybe the biggest resource endowed country, but is an exemplar country facing this kind of challenges in many other places in the world. So what is your perspective of the transition we need to accomplish?
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of the friends today, and happy 65th to the World Academy. I'm sure that the entire noosphere is reverberating with what we are sharing today. And It seems to me, based on what we have shared so far and your questions, Pavel, so well framed, it seems that we're asking about the guiding system for sense making in this era. And what seems to me that we have all kind of shared in our way and agreed that, if you will agree, because I would love this to be a collective intelligence presentation, collective intelligence sharing, it seems that we need, for that guiding systems for sense making and what is pressing us today, we definitely need a higher perspective, a big enough narrative that will include universal human rights and responsibilities, I keep insisting, and universal humanistic values, that which we know is based on universal human needs and aspirations, that which we know is indeed universal to every human being and by extension to every life form. We need deeper knowing of ourselves, our relationships to each other and the world. We need finer sensing, because in the world of overstimulation, we have entered an anesthetic world. I keep repeating and insisting that the opposite from aesthetic is not what people imagine is what's beautiful and ugly. No, the opposite of aesthetic is anesthetic, where we are jaded by too much info, or we are actually exhausted by lack of food and essential human needs of which we spoke earlier. So in either case, you are not able to feel, and in that sense, without the feeling receptors and antenna, we're not able to orient ourselves towards what is life affirming and what is life destructive. So we need, in that sense, finer sensing and developing all senses, physical, mental, intuitive, psychological, if you will. And we also need broadest impact. And within that category, you referred to the work that I'm doing here. Knowing me as you know me, I have different identities and a spectrum of identities. That is my way of living in the world, and in essence demonstrating that that's the only way to survive if you expand your own capacities and role play. So the broadest impact would also mean with me choosing to take on a role in the government in order to do what Monif and what you just directed to, saying, how do you connect, build the trust bridge again between state and society and different segments of society, educational systems, health systems, and all. So within the aspect of broadest impact, what I'm trying to do, and it's what I've learned from others, is to teach people, and I don't mean just children and young, but politicians, hopefully, decision makers, and all, speaking of lifelong learning, to be social artists, to remember their capacities, to express their capacities, to remember that with their creativity, innovation, even with their own testifying to their own reality and their lives, they bring forth very important truths without which there is no cumulative truth that puts us back to the top of the higher perspective that can generate a larger narrative of universal understanding of where we need to head as civilizations, I should say, as global citizens and as planetary beings. So it seems to me that we would agree that for what we need today, in order to achieve higher results, we need to apply higher principles. And it's the values and the ethics of which you've all spoken about, and I insist on 3 codes together for programming, for cultural programming, technical program, any science programming, that it has to be conscious of and involve ethical, aesthetic, and ecological codes together. So with this, I would like to point out, I don't know about, maybe I have another minute, but what I would like to say here, it seems to me that the question we are asking here today is how we can achieve long-term qualitative change for exponential development. Because we have produced tools that are outrunning us, which means that in order to run it and run our world, what we will need to do is to basically we need to have qualitatively finer properties and higher values to respond to the challenges of today, to recognize its paradoxical opportunities and discover the evolutionary potential of technology, and to enact the change at the higher level of order, which is always going to be inclusive, humanistic values, of which the leading is the empathy. So in terms of lifelong learning, it is, as you know, Pavel, an initiatory learning that I always talk about that needs to tend to all the phases and faces of humanity. And that for human rights to be exercised, for values to be recognized, distilled, and coded, for empathy, for any of that, for learning, health, wisdom, wealth, and well-being, we need each other. So Monif, in that sense, you have just demonstrated that we have just co-created something, and nothing was taken from me. I've learned it in a chain of humanity. So the final thought in this first round would be that the development of whole human being is what we need, but the development of whole human being with consciousness of its interbeing, of its vital interconnectedness and interdependence with all life forms, all phenomena, all beings, conscious of co-becoming, meaning bound identity. This is key because of the identity wars and conflicts in the world. That there is no identity if it's not in a relationship to something or somebody else. And we also need the development of the human being conscious of interbeing, the co-becoming, and of course, the human being that creates the sense of in-belonging. Inclusivity is vital for the survival and development of our species and the next stage of global civilization for planetary beings. It is exactly that AI is showing us that if we are not conscious that we are being harvested, our collective intelligence is fed into processors, and we are being literally human resources that are fed into the processors. In some ways, AI is the fulfillment of the humanity's dream of unity. And we have to guide it in a very conscious way so that it really becomes the medium for it as an empathetic tool that shows us that all of our knowledge, identity, sense of belonging needs to be based on the solidarity deriving from technology and its evolutionary potential.
Thank you, Mila. And thank you everyone for this first round, where I think all of you are pointing to this highest potential or highest possibility of what emerges. It's deeply inspirational, I think, what we are discussing here, but I'm also worrying, kind of reflecting back on the question that Olivia, on one hand, posed before us, and Mila, I think you kind of partially or like quite comprehensively at the same time, quite comprehensively answered what we can hope for. We can hope for that transition to a unified humanity manifesting humanistic values with ecological, aesthetic, and ethical codes. But also I'm struggling, and I guess a lot of people within this conference and outside of it are struggling with the question that we have also the gap that Monif talked about, the gap between systems that are advancing this forward. Like there is another gap. Maybe you were talking about one type of gap, the slowness of systems responding to the transformation. But another gap is also that these systems are also deaf to the kinds of words that are expressed in spaces like ours. They frequently do not embrace humanistic values. They do not embrace ethical and aesthetic and ecological codes, including people who are behind the development of AI systems. I mean, they have goodwill for sure. Most of these teams have very positive intentions towards humanity. There is no, like say probably no conspiracy theories, and quite the opposite. But they also, yeah, the good point about not having ecological values in the system. That's very true. So we only have about 7 minutes for this second round, but so I would like to invite you for a brief contribution. What can be one inflection point, one leverage point, where we can start closing this gap between, let's say, good-willing humans and humans that hold this higher hope for the society, and people who are currently making decisions, including people who are designing technologies. And maybe if you also mention what can be the role of World Academy as one of the players in which bridges many of these agents, can we also use this opportunity as a WAAS to step into this conversation and to advance more positive agendas. So let's go in the same order. So Olivia, I would invite you first to share your brief thoughts. Let's keep it to 2 minutes.
Well, I really love the way that the conversation has weaved around, and Mila summarized it beautifully for us in terms of the opportunities out there. I think I don't have a direct answer to your question, Pavel, in truth, because all I see from my department, my institute, is the incredible challenges that this technology is posing for the bare minimum quality of scientific pursuit. And there are now increasing articles explaining how the quality of science is actually slowing down or reversing. So we are awash with something that is not worth printing paper on. So this is a big, big problem. So for me, my answer is a plea to all academic endeavors to return to base in terms of what values, and they may be the ones that Mila has listed, but what values need to move every single choice and discussion that we have from now on. Because if they are the ones we have, as I said, illustratively using Kantian's questions, we are not addressing the most important. And by that, we become simply part of the matrix, whatever you want to call it. It's this image of being moved by rather than moving. And the difference to me is substantive. And I see it in class. I see it in how students inevitably. There was a beautiful illustration by an AI expert, and I'm sorry I don't remember his name, but he gave this illustration. He said, would you give a Ferrari to a kid? No, you wouldn't, because it is too powerful, a machine. But you are happy to give them a telephone, a mobile phone. And from then on, as I witness when I go to the supermarket, I see kids saying, Siri, what is 47 plus 47? So for me, then all I can say is, can WAS help refocus minds around what really matters so that then everything else can follow?
Thank you. Antonio?
Well, I have 2 points. One is about the regulation, equity, and AI governance. We need to, this debate is pressing. Second one is repeating that lifelong learning is a civic duty, is a social justice, and even a tool for peace. We need we need to stop a little bit from talking, discussing, planning, and do. Just do it. If you don't do it, nothing will happen. Someone need to move from talking, intellectual talking, and just move to do it. And I'm trying to do it. That's why I have 50,000 students, and we may accept more. Okay. Thank you very much. It was a great opportunity to know all of you, and I learned from different perspectives this about the same problem. Thank you very much. For me, it was a pleasure and honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. Manif?
Yesterday, I talked about divides between cultures, between civilizations, between continents. I think at the global level, there is a divide that is rapidly rising between politics and policies, between values that we take the moral high ground on, such as rule of law, good governance, multilateralism, and in the domain of education, critical thinking, ethical judgment, emotional intelligence, and communication capacity. There is a rise between this ecosystem, which takes the moral high ground, and the rapid pace of technological advancement. It's critical that organizations such as WAAS, and thought leaders such as yourselves and others ensure that whilst we take the advances provided by AI on board, embrace them gracefully, and move forward, that we ensure that our education system does not lose track of values that we have accumulated as human beings over millennia, that are relevant today, will be relevant today, and far into the future, particularly in the hearts and minds of our politicians who are causing havoc all over the world and making life difficult for everybody else who's not in politics.
Thank you, especially for this great last point. Mila?
I'm more where Olivia is, even with being very grounded in everything that I'm doing and saying. I am concerned. I do know, and I start from what I've reminded myself and at the panel yesterday, that all governance, all technology, all education, all health industry are human. Humans work there. How to rehumanize some humans, how to humanize technology. It is going to take addressing the profound existential exhaustion of every human being right now, because we're still stewing in the same soup, whether you're in a castle or a tent. We're feeling regardless. Look at Elon Musk. This is the first time I'm mentioning a name of somebody. He's suffering. He's a suffering human being. So we have to appeal to the profoundly existentially exhausted humanity of every single political leader and approach them that way. We have to find energy within ourselves to run for offices, accept difficult political spots. Trust me, this is not an envious space that I'm in at all, but it's a noble fight. So we have to mobilize 1.8 billion youth as a force, knowing that there's a formula. There's a formula that is scientific research has shown that if you manage to, in any society, engage around peaceful ideas, 3.5% of population, you'll shift the planet, you'll shift the society. Let's think about those numbers. Let's think about what India can do. I'm being very specific. So knowing that, and if you want to mobilize the youth, trust me, with what I'm doing here and seeing, they'll drop their phones when you ask them to recite their own poetry, do their own dance, create their own content, express their being. Because again, it's all human, and we have to bring those human stories forth. And we have to remember in the World Academy of Art and Science that it was disillusioned scientists, but enheartened human beings that created it. So both World Academy, because I keep thinking about its next steps, and World University Consortium need to be that advisory, highly values-based organization that is the neutral, disinterested advisory body at every level, at every register, to tell its story first of how it survived the Cold War as a testimony, and then inspire people to choose the right path at this crossroads. Because we need each other. And the quality of life is not going to be anything if it's not with each other.
Well, thank you everyone for this conversation. We're closing, and I think we all carry this message forward in our coming days. How can we embrace our human side in this transition? How can we hold these higher grounds and be the connecting force, the weaving force, in a way, weaving the world back together? Thank you very much. Gary, I think it's over to you now. Thank you, every panelist, for the session.
No, it's
Thank you for sharing.
not over to me, but to thank you for all of you for a very interesting exploration, very original approach. Thanks. Now we're going to give way to the next session, though. We have a new session coming up. It's over to them. Next session will be navigating contradictions between progressive social evolution and resistance to change. Very stimulating, and Elena Mostakova will be moderating. There we go.
Hello to all of you.
Hi,
So thank you very much. Take care.
thank you.
Gary, you are always moving and creating new things. Thank you.
We're all moving.
Gary, can I ask you to help me with the pronunciation of Glenda's last name?
We'll have to ask Glenda to help us, I think.
Hope she is here. I haven't seen her yet. That's why I'm turning to you.
No, she said she would be joining. She was here. But we'll ask her for help.
Definitely. I was hoping to have a few minutes to clarify those. Ah, here she is. Wonderful.
Wish you a great session.
Thank you. Hello, Glenda.
Hello. It's lovely to meet you.
Glenda, would you
Yes, you
kindly
don't see
tell
my
me how
camera.
to correctly pronounce your last name?
Yes. So it's pronounced Oh Young, as if it were Irish.
Oh,
Oh
Young.
Young.
Beautiful, very sonorous. Oh, Young. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank
And
you.
we're
I've
also
enjoyed,
waiting. I'm sorry?
I've enjoyed your comments throughout the program so far. Thank you so much.
Well, it seems to be a very dynamic gathering of thoughtful people and a lot of really interesting reflections. And we are ready to jump into another round. And Petra, is your last name Kinkel, or could you please pronounce it correctly for me?
It's almost right. I'm used to different sorts of pronunciation. So Kunkel is the German version.
Good. Okay.
Kunkel or Kunkel or, whatever. It's fine.
That sounds beautiful, Kunkel. I will do my best. Thank you so much. Alberto, I won't ask you for the right pronunciation of your last name since you and I have Italian background, and that comes natural. So we're almost ready to start. And I assume the administrators will tell us when we are being recorded. And I should apologize once again to everyone for the time confusion. I'm glad you are keeping track. Here we are. Welcome, dear friends and colleagues, to our panel on navigating contradictions between progressive social evolution and resistance to change. And also thank you to the World Academy of Art and Science for organizing this important panel, which seeks meaningful and viable answers to the big question every one of us faces now: how most effectively to navigate the mounting tension between the hostile forces of a collapsing world where the rule of might and self-interest is the dominant value, and a new world emerging, one that wants to build a peaceful, prosperous, harmonious, and sustainable civilization for all humanity on this planet. Dear colleagues, as we know, Agenda 2030 marked a recognition by global society that the only way forward is for humanity to develop dynamic, optimal pathways of bringing together the mutually interactive systems of the biosphere, society, and the economy. And that is, as we know, the goal of the SDGs. And while they were initially recognized with enthusiasm as the only meaningful response to the polycrises of the planet, in recent years, as we know, not only has achievement along the 17 SDGs lagged behind, but we have witnessed a growing pushback to the rapid pace of social change. So it is our task today, as was said in closing by the previous panel, to embrace our humanity and to examine how the forces that resist the transformation can best be consciously addressed. So we have here a distinguished panel of speakers with whom we have a challenge, and that is to arrive at some meaningful answers within our 50-minute panel. So, dear colleagues, it is our task to move quickly beyond the customary focus on introducing our own projects and to delve into the collective question we face. For this purpose, I will briefly introduce each of you distinguished panelists and ask that you take the next 4 minutes to address the following question. What are you learning from your particular project about most effective approaches in helping human groups and organizations to overcome fear and defensive postures and to embrace a constructive and collaborative process of addressing social and global challenges? Our goal here is to bring our respective discoveries into a synergistic dialogue that illuminates meaningful solutions. For that purpose, I will keep time, and after the first round of sharing for 4 minutes each, we'll invite us to a second, briefer round to reflect on what is emerging as we listen mindfully and deeply to each other. So I'll start by briefly introducing myself. I'm a new fellow of the World Academy and a member of the Evolutionary Leaders Global Network, working for the past 35 years on worldwide unitive initiatives and programs to support the collective consciousness shift underway. As a social scientist and former psychology professor in adult development, I've published extensively on the new role of psychology in the global age, as well as on the unitive nature of global healing in our age. In recent years, I've focused on developing a laboratory of these unitive processes on the ground in the deeply challenging environment of the Balkans, where we find excellent opportunities to hold conflicting worldviews constructively and to encourage processes of the meeting and gradual integration of different perspectives. So now I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Adler Young, with whom we share an interest in creating labs for social change. Adler is a systems researcher, educator, and innovator committed to studying, designing, and actualizing mindful, convivial, and regenerative ecologies. His work is driven by two core questions. What are the common mechanisms underlying seemingly disparate social problems? And how can anyone starting wherever they are? To address these key questions, he founded the Awakening Cooperative Lab in Taiwan as a grassroots think tank for sowing the seeds for regenerative and healthy societies through a critical and systems conscious approach. So Adler, please tell us, and that's challenging in the next 4 minutes, what you have learned about effective social change through your efforts.
Thanks, Elena. It's a very honored to be here with everyone. So I realize that I'm probably one of the very few panelists from East Asia. So I'd like to provide some insights from Taoism to show how fact-checking and dispelling misinformation is reaching its limits. So first, there is a saying in Taoism that you cannot speak of ice to a bug that is born and dies in the summertime. This quote comes from a series of stories of different creatures making fun of each other of the reality that each other described. This story, I think it complements the common fable we discussed in the system thinking of the blind man and the elephant. But I think there are some very important nuances here. The blind man's fable implies that we have different positionality, but we have same capacity. Basically, everyone is blind. And the nuance here is that we are all blind and we're all deceived. However, the Taoist story provides a complement. It implies that we have not only have different positionalities, we also have different capacities. And the nuance here is that all the different views of the world are all real. Elena told me to not make slides. So I have one picture to share to illustrate this. Can I share? So this is an internet meme, I think, which use a modern biological view to illustrate what the Taoists want to say. So basically, what we see is here, and we know that animals see differently. However, we can still only see this. And so the important the message from Taoists is that all creatures are real manifestations or performers of the Tao, which is the great reality. Their capacities, therefore, are also real manifestations of the Tao as cognitive, perceptive content, as part of their capacities, or as effects or the performance of their capacities, therefore are also real manifestations of the Tao. The second insight from Taoism that I like to share is that now I would like to invite all of you to think of the most beautiful scenery, the most tasty food. Can you come up with a description that completely captures the view, the smell, the touch, the taste, the voice, or feeling? We as humans, we need to make sense. We need to express, we need to be understood through language and action. But through this small exercise, we know that no language and action can be ever perfect. And this basically is already voiced by the Taoists, saying that the Tao that can be Taoed cease to be the constant Tao. Here, the Tao has two meanings. It means, first, what can be expressed and what can be done. So there's always this gap between what language and action can capture, the extent it can capture our reality. And the third insight is that the Taoist says that for this to me is that to you. And all arguments build on premises. And the very premise that one's argument depends on may be unacceptable to another, and vice versa. I think some people might disagree here because people will believe that there are facts that are scientifically objective. Of course, I believe most of you would understand that there is this huge value or theory-laden nature of science debate, which I won't go into here. But from a
Adler,
Taoist perspective,
I'm sorry to interrupt. We have a minute to wrap up those
okay,
initial.
yeah, I'm wrapping up. Yeah. So what is important here is that the claim and the context, considering the claim and the context given, does it help one make sense, express, be understood about their experiences, which are all real as real manifestations of the Tao. So limit of fact checking is here. It will only work for those who aren't attached to such information. Why is there always the need for so-called disinformation or conspiracy theories? Is that people need better accounts to make sense, express, be understood of their real experiences. So I see both a challenge and hope here. Instead of rejecting these accounts or these experiences can be fruitful frontiers of our scientific development. And I think how do we go forward for our first step? I think Alberto would know better than me about the unconditional positive regard. But from a Taoist perspective, we might start from recognizing that all people and their experiences are real manifestations of the Tao. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. You are bringing forth for us a very important point on which we will have to reflect and then come back. And that is, perhaps as I hear it at least, that part of embracing the tensions right now is really embracing the real gap of perceptions, of cognitive perceptions and imperfection, really embracing the process. With that, we want to turn to another highly innovative thinker, and that's Glenda Ouyang. Glenda founded the Human Systems Dynamics Institute as a social entrepreneurial nonprofit organization that uses principles of complex adaptive systems to help individuals and organizations navigate uncertainty and thrive in chaotic environments, just like the one the world finds itself in now. So it seems that she will have a lot to say to us about embracing imperfections and process. So Glenda, you've been doing this work since 2003, which is a long time. What learnings can you share with us about how organizations, including transnational ones, move towards embracing evolutionary social practices?
Well, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this exciting conversation, as well as happy anniversary to WAAS. And Adler, it's so exciting to follow you because I believe we're saying the same things. You from a Far East discourse community and me from a very Western discourse community. So I'm curious whether you're hearing the same as well. So this question about how we complete the gap between what we can feel and what we can say, what we can think and what we can act, comes together in this aspiration that we've heard throughout the week. Multiple aspirations, multiple pictures of what gets in our way. Each speaker, and I'm sure each listener, has a hypothesis about what is in the way, and as do I. So I'm going to just bluntly share mine with you. I believe that we in the West are addicted to certainty, and that stops our ability to step into what is possible and necessary. And we've created a world in which that kind of certainty is not possible. Now we look at that in a very specific way, coming out of complex adaptive systems, believing that human systems are self-organizing and that there are three conditions that determine how quickly and in what path and to what ends a system self-organizes. We can't predict or control, but we can observe and influence those conditions. So the first one is boundaries, containers. So if a system has a very tight boundary, then it can be predictable and certain. But we've created conditions today where our boundaries are quite fuzzy. Everything from migration to transgender to language to international communications. In all of those ways, we are breaking boundaries and creating a necessity for uncertainty. The second characteristic is difference. So within any boundary, there are differences. If there are very few differences, then that system is reasonably controllable. I believe that that's the direction that religious fundamentalism and that political far right pushes us. But we created a world in which difference is very high dimension. There are many, many differences that make a difference, multiple perspectives, multiple places, multiple measures. So even for us to talk about things like GDP, or even to translate that into GD purpose, still locks down a small number of variables. And unless we are able to open up and think in high dimensionality, we will be trapped in our over-constrained perspectives. The third characteristic is exchange, that there have to be connections between and among, across differences, so that the system can move forward and can realize its potential. If those exchanges are tight and short, then the system can be controlled and certain. But we created in this moment exchanges that are ambiguous, long, and very specifically nonlinear, so that every cause is an effect and every effect is a cause. And these three characteristics have distorted our ways of knowing and being together. Our open boundaries, our high dimensionality, our nonlinearity. And until we can create some way to see and work in such an uncertain system, and I believe this is reflected in the Tao, friends who are doing human systems dynamics work in the Far East see that connection as well. And I see that I am out of time.
Yes,
and so the thing that we work with and work for and look for are ways to work in an uncertain world in an accountable and responsible way. Thank you.
That was really powerful. Thank you very much. And it seems that we are very well poised to transition to next panelist, Mila Popovic, Director General for Interculturalism for Montenegro. Mila has apparently been working on evolving leadership since 2016, most likely integrating precisely the principles that you were just speaking about. She was doing that in the United States, but now she's transferring that experience into creating a culture of interbeing in Montenegro. So I'm sure she's dealing a lot with issues of boundaries, difference, and exchange. So we turn now to Mila. And our question, Mila, is what are you finding to be some effective approaches in helping groups and organizations in Montenegro to overcome fear and defensive postures and to embrace collaborative processes of social transformation? Mila.
Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you all, friends and colleagues and co-creators, for being here today. Some of the things that you have asked me have already been shared in previous panels that I was at, even with the presentation. So I will try to sum up some of the things that we did here in order to actually go to a topic that connects back Adler and Glenda. And please forgive me for addressing you by your first name, is that is the tradition of camaraderie in the World Academy of Art and Science, solely for that reason. So I will tell you what happened, in other words, with the briefest possible description of the context that you mentioned, the Balkans, and Montenegro is an interesting linchpin in the Balkans, right? If you take that little linchpin out, the entire mechanism could potentially spin out of control. So to keep it the stabilizer and the focalizer in the region, to keep it sovereign, stable, is key, not only for its own sustenance and longevity. But also, and consequently, speaking of an interdependent world, it is actually vital that it stays stable for the stability in Europe. There's a set of peaking moments coming up in 2026 for Montenegro months, which we will be celebrating an anniversary of renewed independence, membership in NATO, but most importantly, the one that I always mention, it's very significant at this time, is that it just happens to be so synchronized that next year, Montenegro will be taking over presidency over Council of Europe. And why is that significant? Because Council of Europe is a little bit, I think, older than the UN. And it's the organization, values-based organization focused on human rights, democracy, and rule of law of 46 countries right now and many observers, right? It's not only European. And it could be, from what I'm seeing right now, the center of moral authority that just might, by those values, sustain EU and its stability. This is the position.
1 minute to really wrap up what you're saying
So
now.
the two-way street here, what I did when I walked into this arena of continual tensions, mildly put, is I did a two-way street, two-way currents of co-creation. On the one hand, working from the bottom up, working with youth, organizing manifestations, events, supporting them to become conscious of being social artists that indeed have significance and power and means to change their society through their innovations, through their creativity, and to get organized that way, not to wait on the political will. Then organized a conference with Council of Europe that produced Kotor Declaration, which is about the resilience of youth in digital era, just some things from the bottom up, actually uplifting everything from youth. And the top down actually worked on getting into the program of the government to get the budgeting, to fund the NGO sector, to disseminate the culture of interbeing, then also brought in the very first strategy for interculturalism and social cohesion, in order by which Montenegro has become the very first country in the world in which culture of interbeing is now public policy, and other things that I could number. But it was key to work with the double current of creation immediately, and then to connect, to bridge the trust base between state and society in order to emancipate them all through the culture of being that is based on the essential and vital knowledge, scientific and spiritual, uniting the knowledge that all living beings, all life forms, and all phenomena are vitally interconnected and mutually interdependent. Out of that, everything comes out. And my next round would be exactly about human qualia.
Thank
and
you.
what a being is.
Thank you very much, Mila. We really appreciate your inspiration in taking this tiny little country of Montenegro and really helping it become, as you said, sovereign, stable, and sustainable through both bottom-up and top-down initiatives. That is a very interesting laboratory indeed. Now we turn to Petra Kunkel, Executive Director and co-founder of Collective Leadership Institute in Potsdam, Germany, and also a member of the executive committee of the Club of Rome. Petra, you bring many years of experience in fostering mindset change among decision makers, which is in a way what we've been talking about so far, and also improving the quality of partnerships for sustainability between the public sector, the private sector, and civil society. So what can you tell us from a feminist perspective about effective approaches to social transformation in the context of a growing pushback?
Yeah, thank you so much, Elena. Let me start with the 25 years of experience in dialogue, because I've started my dialogue experience in companies, in multinational companies. And that was a very interesting experience, but then turned into the founding the Collective Leadership Institute and focused on the issues that are around sustainability. So the most important experience from my starting in the multinational companies was that people lacked a goal, that because the company goal wasn't emotionally inspiring enough. And many of these leaders who engaged in dialogue and engaged in different kind of leadership actually left the companies. So that was one of the reasons why I founded the Collective Leadership Institute, because number one, I knew the future of leadership is collective. So it's really about co-creation. That was like 20 years ago. And number two, if the big issues that we need to deal in the world with, the transformative sustainability issues need to be dealt in multi-stakeholder, multi-perspective, multi-transdisciplinary, etc. way. But this isn't just theoretical, but it requires a lot of practical tools. So I developed a number of these tools and trained, I think, about 8,000 people in the world. And I'm now more in the writing, because I've continued to write and I've continued to kind of analyze, also from the systems perspective, things that have been mentioned, more the Eastern view here and the Western view. But there is a lot of convergence. It's not the same, but there is a lot of convergence. And also my background, my South African, partly voluntary background, is a deep dive in the African way of dialogue. But what I would like to bring in here into the session, because we're dealing with resistance to change, and the issue is here. I think we need to look at the SDGs again and see what the effect of the SDGs was. And one of they were amazing in setting a goal for humanity. And I think this was like in historic times, absolutely unique. Absolutely. And the second, they involved a lot of people in co-creation. Now you can say this was a little bit administrative, like the UN processes are, but as a matter of fact, yes, they involved a lot of people. There was a lot of negotiation, and there were also fights, but one can say it's not that one power over another power pushed things through. So that is, in terms of evolutionary process for humankind, an enormous step. And what happened then? That like the positive side of that was that people started to identify. I know small municipalities in Guatemala or in the Netherlands who started working with the SDGs, and you could find them in some offices somewhere at companies, and there are even companies who organize their strategic goals around the SDGs. So it was a lot of emotionally enticing efforts to align, with this future vision of we are one humanity and we need to deal with that. Okay, on the other side, there were lots of scientists who say, but it's not going to work, because these goals contradict, and if you calculate this, it's not going to work, and so if we, let's say, if we implement all of them, we're not having a planet anymore because we've overloaded the planet, etc. This was all right, nothing to say against it, but it missed a little bit out the emotional effect that the goals had. Now, we need to remember that what happened then was a little bit typical UN administrative process. So the meaning-making side that was so important got a bit lost in the SDG implementation. And this is something I learned we need to always keep this upfront. The meaning-making side, the identification of people is extremely important. Then we had the pandemic. And the pandemic was the kickstart to a complete backlash. And we all know that it's not just resistance to change, it's a huge organized patriarchal backlash. So it's going back to hierarchies, back to patriarchy, back to authoritarianism, kind of back to dominance, and back to some people deciding the lives of other people are disposable, which is at the opposite of the SDGs. And what we're now experiencing in the wars is the extreme form of disposable lives definition. So
Thank you. We need to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'll wrap it up. So what we have to learn now for the future is we need to gather all our language of the future, our way of co-creation, and knowing what needs to happen for an evolutionary change. but also work with the power that is in the world and that is looking to maintain the past instead of walking into the future. And we probably need a technology, we need kind of claim power in a different way, and we need to work not only in a soft area, but in that very harsh and hard area to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I apologize, dear colleagues, that I have to keep interrupting each of you, but I'm hoping that we'll have the time for a second round, which will allow us to dive even deeper. And so that's the goal of this. And I really appreciate all of you trying to stay within the timeline. And Petra, thank you so much. I think you gave us another very clear pointer at this point that there was a lot of negotiation and struggle during the time of the SDG development, but it was towards an impressive, emotional, and meaningful goal. And that's what made it move. So with that in mind, we now turn to my fellow psychologist, Dr. Alberto Zucconi, Secretary General of the World University Consortium and President of the Person-Centered Approach Institute. Alberto has worked for many decades, for 45 years, with promoting health and sustainability through psychology, an interest that we share very much. And when we talk about meaning making and holding people's emotional motivation up front through difficult processes, I'm sure, Alberto, you have a lot that you can share with us. So the question is, what particular learnings do you bring to the table at this time of intensifying tension between the forces of social evolution and the forces of resistance? What do you see as a most constructive approach in this historical moment? Alberto.
Thank you. Well, over half a century of experience, I am convinced and supported by tons of research that actually there is hope. But the hope has to be embodied by our action in everyday life where people love and work. I think that in this very worrisome moment of history, we need to make transparent and let people know around the world how the attacks to human rights and human security are dramatically expensive, but not in general. We see it in television every day, for example, Gaza of Ukraine. People has to know and understand the larger truth. Every day, when they go and make shopping, they pay the cost of the attack to human rights and to human security. In their health records, they pay a dividend to the attack of human security and to all the man-made disaster that we create. If people will be just, not because they're good, but because they really care about their money and livelihood for their family, would be much more vocal about stopping the daily attacks of human rights and human security. In my many years of working in many different top settings and in different roles, as a trainer, as a researcher, I have seen actually the reason why I'm hopeful. There are well established relationships that are healing even the most dramatic situation. Right now, we're working for the last 3 years with Ukrainian, and we see that we can foster growth after trauma, terrible trauma. Actually, my work in conflict reduction and resolution has shown me that if people can hear them, not just projection, paranoia, and everything bad in the enemy, but people can hear the fears, the need, the tragedy of the adversary, they can understand. I have seen it with my own life, even with meeting and the United Nations and the United Nations University for Peace of enemies that could understand each other. Once they could understand empathically, they could respect each other, even exchange for a month their kids for vacation. Actually, if we create people-centered, sustainable processes, actually we can promote change. And I have seen it this in many different
Looks like
sorry. I'm in the mountains of Italy in a summer school for young people to create people-centered projects. Anyhow, I was saying, do I have another minute?
we need to wrap up.
You
If
hear
you
me?
wrap up your thoughts. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So I believe strongly that we can make a change, and me and Gary Jacobs have written a paper for a manifesto for a sustainable and people-centered future. We have a lot of scientific knowledge that we can promote change for a more sustainable and people-centered communities around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to all of our panelists for the profound perspectives that you've brought. And I would like to now really remind us of what the highlights are and suggest that we take a second round of even more focused, 2 minute, no more, deep dive in terms of strategies to deal with natural, understandable resistance at this time and moving forward. So we have talked about embracing the real gap between our visions and the reality of imperfection and the imperfection of process. We have talked about the need for all of our processes to have permeable boundaries to really embrace the multidimensionality of difference and to engage in exchange. We have also talked about a sort of a laboratory experiment, shall we say, or initiative in taking a whole small country and working from the bottom up and the top down to create a culture of interbeing, which in a way was very much illustrated by Alberto, your really compelling slides. Thank you so much, because you reminded us of what it means to have hope be embodied. You showed us what embodied relationships really are about, even in the context of profound attack on human security. And Petra, of course, you reminded us that meaning making and those goals that make us profoundly human are easily lost in the noise, in the action, and that as we keep them in the forefront, we're able to stay in the negotiation process, in the struggle, because it is that impressive goal, in this case, the SDGs, that really move humanity forward and allow us to, as Alberto was saying, be able to listen to each other and hear the needs and the fears even of our adversaries until we can meet. So I'm going to invite you now to take 2 minutes. And I also want to tell you here that there has been a question from our participants. One of them is asking if Petra could speak more about what you mean by working in hard sectors. So I'm just mentioning that, but I'll give each one of you an opportunity for a second round. And this time I'm asking you to focus further on one method that you find effective in embracing resistance and the imperfection of our current process. One method, very specific. Thank you. Let's start again with you, Adler.
Thank you. I have to be very honest. I also told Lena in the previous email that this is one challenge I'm facing, and I don't really know how to solve it immediately. For those who are already in that resistance or in that conflict, and in Taiwan, we are experiencing this very severely. However, if I reflect to my personal experiences, that my work, I have been working with people across very different spectrums, including those who are, for example, in Taiwan situation, who are pro deterrence, and some people are more pro diplomacy in our regional conflict. And I have no problem working with both of them, either of them. Reflecting into my ability of working across these spectrums, across ecosystems. I think what is very important include, first of all, what I shared before, the Taoist idea. The other, I think, echoing what everyone has just shared here, and especially Alberto, that I'm actually raised in a Adlerian, Rogerian democratic school. So I have been, through my personal upbringing, I have experienced the unconditional positive regard, being treated as a whole person before being judged of what I say. I think having that experience allows me to really see where people come from, where the people are at, and not being flushed away by whatever they say, because what they say is just the tip of the iceberg. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's a wonderful way to enter our second round. And with that, I'll come to you, Glenda. What would you like to add in terms of these wonderfully clear principles that you've already laid out for us? Anything that more specifically you have found to be particularly helpful in embracing tension?
Yes, in terms of real practice and action. So it's one thing to take people to the edge of uncertainty, and it's another to give them the capacity to make choices and take action there. And that's very important to our work. And there's 3 particular practices that we use. And it was quite interesting, Petra, that as you talked about the embedding of the SDGs, I heard these 3 in that. So one is to stand in inquiry. So letting go of the need for expertise and engaging truly with what is present in the time. The second is a very simple, iterative, problem-solving, sense-making process. We call it adaptive actions. 3 questions. What do you see? So what does it mean? Now what are you going to do? And then once you take action in a complex system, it shifts and you begin again. That iterative process then gives you an opportunity, even if you have partial knowledge about the system, you can move forward. And the third is pattern, to understand deeply what a pattern is, to see patterns instead of problems, and to be able to shift them. And those 3 practices are the things that we help teach people to do to develop hope in the midst of uncertainty.
Powerful. Thank you very, very much. Standing in inquiry, what you see, what it means, and what you're going to do, and really seeing patterns instead of problems. Thank you very much. All right, Petra, take it from here. I'm sorry, let's go to Petra and then we'll come to you, Mila.
So I'm very much focused on patterns, because I think that's the human skill of the future. Being able to see things in patterns and not in binary options, because actually life doesn't have binary options. And pattern recognition, but actually life-affirming pattern recognition, I think is the most important part of the future. I think the one thing that I would bring in still as an analysis, we need to understand when people lose the connection to a better world, a connection to a goal, a connection to a future, a vacuum emerges. And that vacuum is at the moment used by patriarchal backlash, right-wing powers, authoritarianism, etc. Because they foster fear and then they thrive or they build their strategies around fear. So in terms of practices, for me, three things are absolutely important. The one is really believe and invest in our transformative power and the transformative narrative power, because the narrative of the future that we share is just not powerful enough in terms of is kind of that emotional connection. And the life affirming part is the most important in that. The second is really, and that I mean with operating in the harsh area, kind of protecting the infrastructures for collective action and collaboration and dialogue, because that is extremely important. And there could be circles of trust, that could be within institutions, that could be across institutions, that could be networks, etc. Do whatever we can to kind of build the networks that are the foundation for the future societies, and that is extremely important. And the third practice that I do think we need to be a little bit more in the hard world is really reclaiming strategic foresight. We need to show how transformations can be possibly done, and that in a much more practical way. And that what I said before, in that way we need to also use social media, we need to look at artificial intelligence, etc. So not shy away from the technologies, but take over. Okay, that's maybe a little bit too strong, but you get what I mean. Not shy away from it, but make sure they are being turned in a force for good and being used for transformations. Thanks.
Excellent, excellent. So this logically takes us to what Mila is doing on the ground in Montenegro. So maybe just one thought, Mila, on what you are doing or seeing specifically as you're cultivating pattern recognition and you're strengthening people's belief in a transformative narrative on both levels, with youth, but also with government. So one contribution here.
The way I've done it is that I would always walk in and paint a larger picture to any community and all communities together and at all different generations or genders. Because it's a multi-ethnic state. You walk into that kind of stakeholder environment, you have to zoom out and paint a larger picture and tell them, listen, these are our universal problems. These are existential risks that don't discriminate against anybody, unfortunately, in a very negative way. This is what's coming up. This is what's already at our doorway in terms of advancing technology and scientific discoveries. Also, using all of us as true human resource for research, literally as human resources, and sucking in, all of our collective intelligence into processors and spewing back to us a mirror image of who we are right now. And why are we fearing it? Is because we see all the prejudices and biases in that mirror that at one point may be targeting one community and another community in a lose-lose game, if that's the way we're going to go. So then you have to listen to profound, deep personal stories with recognition and teaching everybody, giving them the discourse with which they can express that indeed my personal inner world, of which Adler and Glenda spoke, is my unique qualia, my profoundly, deeply subjective experience of reality, and that it is as valid and as important as any other. And it is exactly what is being fed into technology. So to teach them that if you are marginalized, all of a sudden there will be a reversal of values where you will be as an outlier, valued more by technology for harvesting your qualia into it. Then you redignify that human being, but you also teach them the responsibility of sharing their perspective, teaching the majority about that perspective, and mutually actually supporting through data solidarity, if you will.
Thank you.
Qualia solidarity to understand the well-being, not just well-being, survival first and foremost, well-being and security and prosperity of all depend deeply with each other.
Thank you very much, Mila. This is a wonderful transition to Alberto. Our invitation to you for closing thoughts. Mila was really speaking about the person-centered approach in action. What would you like to add?
I would like to suggest that since we have lots of proof and projects that have a positive effect, but also positive cost benefit, that we create an open access data bank, all the successful story and community that are already doing it, and then offering freely tools to promote transformation in terms of supporting and creating an epistemic community based on deep respect, empathy not only among different human beings, but of all life form. And in that way, we would promote health. The real health is social health. And most of all, each of us, me first of all, to walk daily their talk. That's the big challenge. Walk your talk.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's really extraordinary how convergent this panel has been, and what a soaring of recommendations, which really peaked, for me at least, in this recommendation of creating an open access data bank for successful stories that become the material through which we can actually support and create, as you said, Alberto, epistemic communities that create social health. This is an absolutely brilliant way to close, and I will just say in closing how grateful I am to each one of you for highlighting so clearly and with such complementarity. Clearly, the time has come, because we did not know what each person was going to say, but as you each spoke, the complementarity was beautiful, and the building on each other's comments really shows us that the time has come for us to embrace these patterns of evolutionary change, which are messy. They have forward and backward movements, but ultimately they are about this growth and expansion in understanding, whether it's a multi-ethnic state or a multi-ethnic humanity or a multi-ethnic organization, that we are either in the lose-lose game or in the win-win game with each other, and that affects all of us. And that at the end of the day, listening to each other and really holding these kinds of epistemic spaces where we really learn and are permeable, but also hold a vision and a goal that really inspires and moves people forward. That is not an easy, but a clear path forward as we hold tensions. So I would like to thank you all, and I will close here with a wonderful comment from Glenda. The purpose is not to win, it is to keep the game going. And I will say the purpose is to win on behalf of the planet, to create a regenerative planet, and to win on behalf of future generations, which means we have to hold this path. So I want to thank all of you for so beautifully illuminating the different facets of this process and contributing to the conversation. Thank you. And maybe now it's time for us to open space for the next panel. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Dragan, hello. I don't hear you. Hello, Dragan.
Hello.
Hello. Good.
Everything is right with you.
After all these years, I'm trying to follow up on your activities. It's wonderful.
I hope so. What
Yeah,
about
yeah.
you?
Yeah, me too. Me too. Ketan, hello.
Hi, Stefan. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you
Ketan,
too. Wow.
hi. Great regards from
Mahmoud.
myself.
Hi everyone. Hi
Hello.
Stefan, Dragan, Kitan,
Mahmoud.
how are you?
Good preparation of the panel via your assistant.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
did.
wonderful.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't think that we have any kind of a change. We have Stefan, Dragan, Kitan. I think Frank should be joining us. So I'll start by a couple of minutes on the introduction of the topic, and then we'll get the fun to start in the order that we see in the panelists. Perhaps we can have a first round. Realistically, it could be like 4 minutes each, or do you need more than that? And then we'll go into another round.
Sounds fine to me. We don't need
Okay.
more.
4 minutes. Yeah. 4 minutes. And if we are allowed the time, this supposed to end on my mark here, like in 50 minutes. So we'll do well with the time management and have a couple of rounds of discussion. But at least in the first round, I would appreciate if we can be always encouraged to agree, disagree, and intervene. But at least in the first round, we need to make sure that the points that the speakers want to handle have the adequate time to do that without interruption, and then we can raise hands and see if we can intervene in the middle of discussions. So as I will be saying in a minute, that we know the problems, more or less, or the crises, based on your perspective. So people are seeking, especially from this distinguished panelists, solutions. And all of you have done great in trying to provide different approaches or solutions. So we'll see how that works. And I'm not going to end with a summary with conclusive statements, but at least reflections on what you're going to say.
That sounds good.
Thank you. So far, I don't see Frank. I haven't seen my emails, but there could be some last minute changes, but I see 3 admin icons from WAAS. Perhaps they can tell us if there are any changes that I should be aware of, or we should be aware of. Ah, here he is. Okay. Hello, Frank.
Hi, nice to meet you, Mahmoud. Good to
Great
see
seeing you.
you,
Yeah, I was
Stefan.
wondering. Yeah, great seeing you. All right. So in a few seconds we'll start, and we just, in your absence, Frank, we're just saying that I'll make quick introductions to the topic, and we'll not spend time on your bios. All of you have great credentials and great history of contributions, so not spend too much time on that. Many of you and all of you do not need introductions anyway. But the first round will have a question expected or opening line to give you the way to speak for 4 minutes, and then we'll go in rounds of 4 to 3 minutes each. Okay.
Okay.
Right. Hello, everyone. My name is Mahmoud Muhiddin. I'm very pleased and honored to have the opportunity to moderate this discussion today, and I'll have the tough job of being the timekeeper as well. I'm a special envoy on financing the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, special envoy of the Secretary General of the UN. And I'm speaking to you now from my home country in Egypt. I'm very pleased and honored to have very distinguished speakers with us, with great deal of contribution to the topic that we're discussing today. Many good proposals, approaches, ideas that they have been floating around in their own domains, and using as well the platform of WAAS to do that, and to which we are all affiliated one way or another. But we're addressing the topic of the moment, which is basically about the global system with a focus on the global financial architecture, the monetary system, and which is affecting the way that we're conducting the substance of the work. If we're worried about growth, development, how to invest in human capital, in education, on health, how to fight poverty, how to deal with infrastructure finance, how to invest in digital transformation, how to deal with climate change. For that, we need a system that can help us dealing with that. Just a couple of weeks ago, Spain hosted us on the Finance for Development conference in Seville, which is the fourth international conference. The previous ones took place. The first one was in Monterrey, in Mexico. The second one took place in Qatar, in Doha, Qatar. And the third one was exactly 10 years ago in Addis Ababa, discussing how to mobilize public, private finance, domestic and external resources, dealing with science, technology, and innovation, dealing with issues of challenges and challenges of debt and debt management, and dealing with trade. This conference was no different in terms of the topics, because we inherited these topics since Monterrey. But what's different is the fact that we're living in a fast changing world with very interesting dynamics, with tough geoeconomics and geopolitics, with incumbent powers trying to keep the power and maintain it and enhance it, with emerging powers trying to find a place under the sun with adequate access to resources, with a share in the governance. So my expectation from the great panelists we have today with us, and all of them, as I said, need no introduction, is not to highlight the crises or the problems, unless in trying to establish a kind of a context in which they are trying to provide the solutions to. And for that, we are trying as much as we can, while each one of them has a particular area of focus and specialization. We'll try at the end to see what could be more or less the cross-cutting kind of recommendations of reform. Trying to understand more issues of deficiency of architecture and system, especially in monetary and finance aspects. The discussion is not new. Some of us have read many of these proposals since actually the Bretton Woods system until now. And after each crisis, from the emerging market crisis and the global financial crisis, some of us may have read the good work of the late Andrew Crockett, who used to chair the BIS, and he was an IMF member of staff and many other things. And he worked in the public sector and the private sector, in which he described, when we try to talk about architecture or a system, he said it could be a kind of exaggeration of description of the word. It could be less than a system, but a kind of a collection of arrangement that have formed whatever we have today. So, which makes matters even more difficult for those who are trying to see one or two mishaps or irregularities or inefficiencies in what's so-called the system. Anyways, let me start with the first panelist, as came in the order of the speakers list. We have with us Stefan Brunhuber. He's a medical director and a trustee of WAAS, but very interesting as well to see that he has been contributing a great deal to reforming the monetary system, and have interesting ideas some of us could be familiar with, but perhaps we could be very much interested as well if he can really give us a kind of a background in his work on that before getting into the brief definition of the problem that we're trying to solve, or the crisis rather that we're trying to fix, and how to go about it. So Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much for having me. I would like to share one slide with you, if that's okay. Can you see that?
Yeah, very clear.
Wonderful. Here we go. Okay, just one slide. I'm just finishing my term at the Governmental Board on Finance to the German government in spring this year. And I just want to share some of the aspects of discussions we had over the last years in one way or another. There's a timeline on the one side, and then there's the vertical axis. A is where we are in. This is the way we look at it. We look at economics in booms and busts, and up and down, up and down. C is where we want to be, right? It's a more regenerative, cyclical economy. At the moment, what we're doing is we're rather hitting D, where volatility indexes are rising, where instability is rising, and we end up in a Pareto inferior equilibrium, which is probably not the end of the world, but which is the end of the world as we've seen it, right? If you look at A again, which is more extractive, or 80% of the entire value chain globally is still depending on fossil in one way or another. The four major approaches, like implementing new technology, implementing new taxation schemes, implementing new taxonomies like ESG, we got involved in that on a large scale during the last years, and implementing transfer payments basically got debunked over the last couple of months through the American government. And the question is, how can we get from A to C? What is required as an out-of-the-box approach beyond technology, beyond taxation, beyond the taxonomies we're using already? They're all valid in themselves in order to reach C, right? And the best and fastest way to do, I think, is that we provide the market with an additional conditioned liquidity assistance. We're actually confronted with three paradoxes. On one side, we have a lot of private capital on the market, where 80% of the shift from A to C depends on private capital mobilization. On the other side, we're exposed to systemic risks, where the private capital is actually rather risk averse and withdrawing from getting invested. And thirdly, we are confronted with the fact that our planetary commons are basically chronically underfunded, right? So the shift from A to C in this graph is the shift we all want to be in. And one of the major, I think, puzzles or aspects of the puzzles that are missing is that we need the regulators be more involved. And the best and fastest way to do that, to unleash private capital on one side, to fund and hedge systemic risks, and to tackle underfunded global commons, is to provide additional monetary supply aggregate, best done by regulators. And this had been happening in China over the last years, and this is happening partly in Europe during the pandemics. And this is partly will very likely to happen over the next years when we enter next year the ECB new regulatory framework on central bank digital currencies, and their swap lines. The keyword I would like just to drop in order to go into the discussion is we might need a green QE in order to unleash private capital, to de-risk systemic risks, and to fund our commons. This is 4 minutes for a complex topic.
Yeah, very much so. We'll come back to that. I wonder if you can just keep the slide for a second, because that could encourage reaction to it. Because there could really be this kind of generous assumption that we can gradually move from wherever we are and go up to that warranted level without the complexity or the case. So what's preventing us from going from A to C without the complexity and the chaos? This is one, because the idea there is just to follow a smoother trend up to C, rather than getting from that kind of a level to a shift to a C. So you can just go gradually up. So what's preventing us from this kind of an assumption, unless it has very great deal of generosity, again, about collaborative models and being more resourceful and more cooperative than what we are. This is one. The second is basic about your proposal for another QE, or understand to be another quantitative easing. How can we maintain it without really going through a tough inflationary cycle more than what we have seen during the times of QE? I see you shaking your hands, which could be a start.
No.
The debate.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Let's start with the second. Let's start with the second question, Mahmoud, because this is the most important questions addressing conventional macroeconomists. The CPI, the harmonized CPI, will rise under the committed costs we triggered already anyway, right? The systemic risks ahead, they're going to happen anyway. The question is not whether the CPI is rising or not. The question is whether the CPI rising is to the extent we have to expect, or can we implement a mechanism that potentially lowers the CPI to rise to the expected, price level. Meaning, if we are able to fence in with this green QE mechanism, with a lot of associated facilities involved, the rise of externalities ahead, we are already on the right side of history, right? With regard to the first question, I think the shift from A to C is not a linear one at all. It is going to be a complex, chaotic one. The question is just, how can we ride complexity? How can we ride uncertainty? And I just phased out from a panel on systems risks and existential risk. We cannot fully quantify these system risks, right? The question is, how can we deal with this sort of uncertainty? And I think the fastest and at the same time cheapest way to do it is to have regulators on board beyond all the stuff we've been already facing, like taxonomy and taxation and technology.
Very good. Thank you so much for the explanation. We'll come back to it definitely, especially if we have more time. So let me turn now to Professor Dragan Jerisin. Has been doing a lot and written extensively on areas related to vulnerabilities, especially on post-transition economies and the risks of rent-based financialization. And well, you have your 4 minutes to use them in the best you like.
Stephanie is unexpectable. as always, and inescapable. It's not easy to discuss about route from A to C. Many theoretical arguments exist behind this concept, but I will back to my understanding of the problem. Before I continue, let me express my sincerely thanks to organizers of this event for making this panel of, let me say, go-ahead group of luminaries from the finance sphere. Before I continue, also, I'd like to remember you that since the beginning of the neoliberalism, more than 4 decades before, sudden and massive seizures have gripped the world economy. Approximately about 1 every 10 years. In the same period, we're witnessing more than 450 economic crises of smaller size, but with contagion. With every consecutive crisis, macro financial performances have been deteriorating. For example, the debt burden, both sovereign and private, have increased, amounting today to more than 4 times of global yearly GDP. This is conundrum. So discussing the road from A to C is difficult, particularly keeping in mind that you have many structural imbalances by design of the system. You have named these external asymmetric shocks, like bio feedback loops, like climate change, like geopolitics and militarization. So the time of buying a time and playing the game with policy measures inside the contours of neoliberalism and market fundamentalism, with Catholic impact of geopolitics, is definitely over. Polycrisis requires polytransition. We find generic term green transition. With triple dividend. First, it can stop the current cycle of crisis after the crisis. Second, it is capable of making net zero turning point possible in some period of time, maybe 2050, but we will see. And third, pushing toward economic and social revival of the economy and pushing economy on sustainable path. Fundamental change in policy platform is related to greater role of structural policies or industrial policies and macroeconomic stabilizers in fiscal and monetary sphere, which means that financing out of private sector will dominate creation of funds for green transition. McKinsey in 2022 projects that in a period between 2021 and 2050, green transition will require amount of 275 billion of euros, trillion of euros, which is about 7.5% of world GDP. The last projection last year coming to 15% of global GDP.
Yeah.
We have this Patel search these sources We have these sources in private sector, but risk aversion of private sector regarding this topic is too high. So we need alternative sources. Impact investment based on new taxonomies and industrial policies, green credits and bonds based on sovereign debt, fiscal measures, stimulus, and carbon taxes. Also market-driven measures like emission trading system and CBAM, typical for the EU market. Also, I agree with Stefan, austerity measures could be the source of financing, and philanthropy and other. My final point, new models of financing green transition are important. We need multi-track approach, but finance is not enough for its own. It provides some guidance. Financing should be based on fundamental debriefing of the system of values and build-up of self-confidence related to new taxonomy as normative judgments of decoupling well-being from uncontrolled exploitation of limited natural resources, namely with idea how circular model of growth and so-called heterodox economic policy approach with a major role of the state in economy will operate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with you that finance alone will not do it. The reference to excellent work by Esther Duflo, the Nobel Prize laureate, she mentioned especially areas of crises among the polycrises that we're dealing with in climate change or in development crisis. You need three things. You need definitely finance, but you need with it the technological change, and you need behavioral change. And the behavioral change here will be responsible for leadership at the top or areas related to behavioral change through incentives, including to governments, local authorities, and private sector. We'll come back again to these excellent points, but after these excellent remarks by both of you, thank you, Stefan and Dragan, like again to remind ourselves about what kind of a problem that we are trying to solve. Is it a kind of a cyclical kind of a problem because of the political cycles? Or is it a kind of a structural issue that we know more or less how can we deal with it? Or is it, as I understood it from our two distinguished speakers just now, it's more than that. It's a kind of a systemic shift, the shift from A to C, and the kind of shifts perhaps through softer pathways, difficult but not impossible, as mentioned by Dragan. So let me now turn to Frank Dixon. Has been, at least by the impressive title he is affiliated with, including with WAAS as well as a fellow, but he is systems change investing founder. So let's see in that. How can we benefit from that kind of work to solve the few problems highlighted so far? Frank.
Thank you very much, Mahmoud. It's a pleasure to be here with you and other financial leaders to discuss such a critical subject as global financial reform. I would, in this short conversation, can't say a whole lot, but I think one point I would make is that there's two different levels of work to improve the financial system. One could be what are practical strategies that we can do under current systems and involving technology, alternative currencies. These are usually going to be the number one strategy, but that probably won't be enough. We also need to step back and look at the big picture and do whole system approaches, which is the foundation of WAAS. A key question is, why is our financial system and other systems plus society overall unsustainable? And the main answer is our reductionistic thinking. We don't look at the big picture, we look at parts of the system, develop economic and political systems based on this limited view, ignore relevant factors, and come up with systems that produce unintended consequences like widespread environmental and social degradation. So the solution, like Einstein said, and the basis of WAAS for 65 years, is higher level whole system thinking. So in terms of how I'm going to, in terms of my comments, first I want to frame it up with some big picture work that needs to be done. And then either in this part or in my second question, I'll address a practical financial sector strategy for driving the types of systemic changes we'll be discussing on this panel. One of our systems, if we ask why the SDG problems exist, the main reason is that our systems compel them. And one way to think about the flaws of our current systems is to contrast the well-being of individuals to corporate well-being. Individuals largely are held responsible for harm through murder, assault, robbery, and other laws. So individuals can live the best life by causing no harm and ideally helping other people. The situation is largely the opposite for corporations. They are held responsible for some harm, but they're not held responsible for extensive environmental and social harm, such as climate change, toxic chemicals, poverty, wages, misleading the public through deceptive media. They're not held responsible for many types of harm. So while individuals can maximize their well-being by causing no harm, if companies try to do that, they'll go out of business. I was the head of research for the largest ESG research firm for many years and saw that no company, regardless of what they did, regardless of their good intentions, could get anywhere near sustainability. They could only mitigate about 20% of their negative impacts profitably. Beyond that point, if they continued to mitigate, their costs would go up and they would put themselves out of business. So the main reason that climate change and other SDG problems exist is not, as implied in the ESG movement, that they don't have the right strategy. And if we get companies to have a better strategy, that will solve climate change. The reason they're causing climate change is because our systems unintentionally say cause climate change and other SDG problems or cease to exist. And so when we ask companies to stop causing climate change under current systems, we're essentially asking them to die. And that's why climate change and other problems have gotten rapidly worse despite ESG and corporate sustainability becoming mainstream. So we need to shift the focus to changing systems and to change the financial system with a whole system approach. You can't do that in isolation because this financial system is part of the economic and political system, which is part of society, which is part of nature. So a whole system solution looks first at what nature demands of humanity, next of what sustainable society looks like, next then what does the economic and political system look like to support a sustainable society, and finally, what is the financial system needed to support a sustainable economy? So I'm advising Pensions for Purpose on system change. And one of the distinctions that I suggest they consider is the difference between system change and incentivizing system change. Evolving our systems into sustainable forms is massively complex. That's probably the major barrier to doing so. But what I suggest to them is that don't focus so much on that. Focus more on incentivizing system change. So, and if we think about what's happening in the world now with rapidly growing problems, it seems that we've entered a phase of system changes. Our systems are changing now, whether we like it or not. And if we don't voluntarily begin to try and drive that change, they're going to continue to decline in a way that will significantly disrupt business, investors, and society. So probably only the corporate and financial sectors have the power to drive voluntary system change. They're largely controlled by investing. So a practical strategy for driving financial sector reform and other types of systemic changes is to use the capital markets to incentivize companies to engage in system change. If we can use investing to get them to use their resources and power to drive system change, that's probably the one of the most powerful levers available to humanity. So, and that's a very practical and relatively easy approach that I'll pause here, and in the second question I can go into detail about how to do that.
Yeah, hope that we'll have time to cover all of that. But again, we can see crises everywhere, but not in the financial sector. We see crisis in climate. We see crisis in development. We see crisis. We saw crisis in health, and we're still under threat of another pandemic to hit us. There is definitely a crisis in debt facing many developing economies. But meanwhile, the financial sector and the financial markets are not really suffering from any major problem, let alone a crisis. I'm saying that because what you mentioned now, Frank, if we are going to have this kind of change, normally the change will happen because of one of two things. It could be a crisis, and then we can call it a good crisis to benefit from it. And unfortunately, we didn't benefit sufficiently well from the last crises that we faced, including the global financial crisis in 2008. And then, or through what you are saying, that there could be some incentives to the good that could really reform the financial sector and the capital market. But quoting some of my friends in the financial sector, some of them had it fantastically well, and they just need to keep it that way. So should we wait for a crisis to happen, or some wise people like you and Bob Schiller in the past and others could say, well, let's do something better now? But I'm not seeing the leadership pushing that. Regulators want to make it as stable as we wish it to be. Political leaders are struggling with the idea of central bank independence, as we see it in the US. We'll come back to you. I see you eager to jump on that reaction, but let's hear from Ketan Patel, who has been doing a lot in different areas with many hats, including advising the UN system, including with the business sector in many aspects and ways, and of course here with his important role as a trustee of WAAS. But given your involvement on the SDGs since the start, how can we link these financial sector reforms, monetary reforms, shifts from A to C, evolution or revolution, to getting the SDGs back on track?
Thank you, Mahmoud. And it's a delight to be on this WAAS panel with such a good group and many people I know who are friends too. I'm going to draw on a few things. One is our Force for Good work looks at the systemic changes in the world and in the shift of eras between the industrial era and where we are now, which is in the midst of change towards the information era. We also do some very deep analysis on the flows of capital to understand where is money coming from, who owns it, and where is it going. And we look at technology to see if technology is making the impact that we feel it is and should be making in the world. Firstly, my reflection is, I think every panelist has touched on the need for systemic change. And it makes absolute sense because the current global system of capital is not designed to serve the world. It was designed to serve industrialists and countries that wanted to build colonies all around the world. And so those two were fused and combined as merchant traders who went around the world, usually backed by capital from their sovereigns, raised on rudimentary markets in those days, but were taking risk capital to everywhere in the world to trade. It is an industrial and colonial model, therefore, of capitalism. It accrues wealth to those that own the capital and those that take the risk who are allocated some of that capital. So by nature, the system has been honed over 200 years to be enormously effective at doing that. And technology especially, and the globalization of the financial platform allows it to be superb at the mission that it was set. It is resilient, it is optimistic, it understands risk, it is using technology to trade almost every event, and it understands how to extract value and create value. It is one of the most defining survival of the fittest systems that has arisen out of the industrial era. So that's part one of what I would have as kind of accept or understand as we move forward. The second is a feature of it is therefore income inequality. It doesn't expect to enrich the people who don't have capital or assets in the first place. So its defining feature is this income inequality. So it makes sense that in a system like that, just 50%, the bottom 50% only have 2% of the wealth. It makes sense because that is the system. It makes sense that 165 million people fall into poverty since 2020. It makes sense that it doesn't matter whether it is war, trade, migration, debt, the system adapts, understands the inefficiencies, understands what it should finance, and continues to be resilient. That is the system of the industrial era. So the SDGs, the world signed up to the SDGs. The financial system was not really a participant to say, do we sign up? But they saw the direction and they did sign up. And they were enormously optimistic about funding the SDGs. I think 2026 was a watershed moment at the COP in Glasgow, where they looked at it and they said, we can fund this shift in the world. We recognize where it's going and we will fund it. And they put down the plans to do that. I think that was gradually shaken until the confidence was lost and until actually the leader of the financial system, the US, but the US government decided that it was not in the interests of ordinary Americans to fund development in other parts of the world. We recalculated what it takes to fund that gap based on extracting value from the current system, which is part of what Frank, I think, was saying. That's one thing you can do. It's very expensive. It's 14 to 17 trillion dollars. It's about 15% or so of annual GDP. That value is not voluntarily going to shift anywhere. And at the same time, poverty is rising in richer countries, and politicians face the pressure of addressing that. And then if you add on top of that, that the system has been weaponized to extract value from the world towards America, and capital flows are expected to reverse slowly back to America. And as we know, America has lost a huge amount of flow. If you measure it between 1970 to 23, America's share of the global GDP went down from 38% to 24%. The EU in the same period, so America lost 14% of its global share, and the EU lost 7%. And the beneficiaries were actually the global south, in particular China, and somewhat India. And India continues to gain share. If we look at the two that gain share, what did they do? They opened and liberalized their markets. They became active participants in the global markets. They created policy changes that infused dynamism in some sort in their own economies, and they created huge giants in their own countries. There is a formula there that says if you shift policy, you can actually create value and you can take share away from the global north. But I don't believe that that is the full answer. We are in this transition of eras, and the system we have, the financial system, is an industrial one, and the other one hasn't been born. What we do know is that if the Industrial Revolution is true and holds true going forward, when you get a massive technological shift that changes value creation, your GDP goes up something like 10x. And we should expect that something way north of 10x will happen in this next era, given the range of technologies that we're beginning to make breakthroughs on, which cover everything from technologies such as AI, but quantum technologies of various sorts, but also energy technologies. And so these breakthroughs do bring the dawn of a completely different era in financial system. I have a lot more to say, but I'm going to hand it back because we can have a dialogue about it, because I do see the shifts that we can make, I think, if we look at the world through that lens.
Right. So we have a great deal as well of knowledge to gain from cases and practice, and the reference to countries like India. There is an interesting piece I read it the other day by Ragurajan under the title of Save Us from Our Champions, in which he highlights the celebration, of course, of India to become number 3 ahead of Japan and Germany, to be number 3 after the US and China. So at the same time, the issue of competition, at least at the global level, is still leaving a lot to be desired, with some of the big names. But this is a model that's a bit different from what I had been highlighted so far. But let me go back to Frank, because I don't think that it was fair to him, because I gave him the question. I didn't give him the adequate time, or no time actually to react, but I bet that he will have good answers to it. And then I'll go to Stefan, and then to Dragan, and then back to you, Mr. Patel-Katam. Frank?
Thank you, Mahmoud. And thanks everybody for your great comments. It's hard to cover such a complex subject in such a short time. Maybe just I want to briefly respond to your point, your excellent point, Mahmoud, that you made. You said your friends in the financial sector are doing very well, and asked the question why, the problems aren't in our sector. We're doing fine. And that's a major challenge, because if we don't get vested interest, those with the power and the resources to drive change, to drive it, it's probably not going to happen. And the reality is that the financial sector is not separate from the rest of society. A lot of the growth in the capital markets is based on environmental and social degradation, concentration of wealth, and we know that that will not continue forever. And given how rapidly problems are growing right now, it seems highly likely that the capital markets are reaching a kind of limit of being able to grow based on degradation of that which supports them. So we have two choices then. If the people in the financial community say, well, I'm doing fine, we're making record profits, typically they block systemic change, and if they block it, it's probably not going to happen voluntarily. And if we wait until things crash and we feel the pain that you talked about, we might not have a lot of options left. And also, it could be the most disruptive that humanity has ever experienced, because we're larger and more interconnected than ever before. We're at or beyond many environmental and social tipping points. So there's no guarantee that if we wait until we crash to turn things around, that we'll be able to do it. Or it's going to. So the real challenge then is, how can we get those in power to work now when they're doing very well under current systems? And I think the model for doing that is ESG. With ESG, over the past 25 years, we got companies through the capital markets to take care of the environment and society. It provided a lot of benefits. Of course, it didn't solve the problems, because it was only focusing on 20% of the solution, changing companies instead of systems. It wouldn't be hard to modify ESG to drive system change. All we have to do is take current models that companies are already using, add system change metrics to them. Then if we begin to give companies scores on their system change performance, we reward those financial institutions and companies that drive system change and penalize those that block it. We also make the business case and show how by doing this, you'll be investing in smarter, better managed companies that are going to make more money in the short and the long term. So that's what we call system change investing. I think it's a way to engage the capital markets in driving system change.
Sure. Excellent points, with the exception, of course, that, as you know, in some jurisdictions, you cannot utter the acronym ESG and be safe, at least from some of the regulators and some of the courts. But this could be another discussion, definitely. But the substance of it is very much as you eloquently put it. Thank you. So in the remaining minutes, I like to, well, many of you mentioned different ways the importance of equity. So I like to be doing that, at least with the time remaining with the panelists. So Stefan, you have a couple of minutes to share with Dragan and Ketan.
Yeah, I will take Frank's and Ketan's argument. I just had an intimate meeting with insurance companies here in Europe, right? Mm-hmm. And the argument is, if we don't address negative spillovers and negative systemic risks sooner than later in an unconventional way, large regions and large sectors are simply becoming uninsurable, like we see in LA at the moment. And uninsurability leads to uninvestable. And uninvestable means that financial assets, from normal credit lines to loans to mortgages to derivatives to ABS to hundreds of others, are ceased to exist because they don't make sense, right? Meaning, if we don't address these systemic issues Frank is pointing out in Ketan and Dragon with an unconventional way. And one way to do it is actually the way with the Green QE. We actually end up in a system where financial services become less relevant than they were so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Dragon?
Nobody can find the magic formula to integrate multi-track approach and made weights for some tracks. But definitely is true from my perspective that investments in green transition have to earn positive return profile. This is the name of the game. It depends on calculation of indirect costs, positive and negative externalities and something like that. But this is the matter of international financial organization and the intention to stimulate this kind of investments. But definitely it's true that positive return profile must be the rule of the game in such kind of investment. Probably following this idea, the European Union released in February so-called Antwerp Declaration. It is actually the EU Green Reindustrialization Plan, opposite the EU Green New Deal a couple of years before. Which means that the Europe is ready to invest in new industries, energy, decarbonized industries and other industries without carbon emission. So this is a typical example of so-called normative approach. This is not consequence of the game of market forces. This is something that Frank emphatically said systemic change in mindset, and not only in mindset, but also in mindsetting. Because without mindset doesn't make sense.
Right.
So about dialogue of new industrialization, dialogue past, we have new reality. We have 1 trillion planned for new industrialization in decarbonization and in energy and other related industries in Europe. This is typical example of structural approach in new economic rules.
Right. Thank you so much. Well, we're running out of time, but we have Ketan to respond and perhaps.
Don't worry, I'm going to be very brief, Mahmoud.
Yeah,
so
please go ahead.
I'm going to say that there is an answer, and it's somewhat different perhaps from the answer we've discussed. I think one, and it draws on some of the things that everyone has said, which is one, we're not accounting for the real cost and impact we make on the planet. So the first part is we have to change the accounting to take into account the proper and full costs of the impact on the environment. The markets will not mind that because they know how to make money regardless of how we account for things.
Sorry to interrupt. Will that be resolved, Ketan, will that be resolved at least partially by the Beyond GDP project that is led by?
Partly. I think it actually goes down to changing the accounting system of how we account for the impact on the environment, which there are many UN bodies and others working on. But we need to account for the impact. Okay. And if we do, then it will change industrial behaviors and activities because many of them are actually deeply unprofitable to do, and they feed off a zero cost for the damage they do to the environment. And we don't value the assets well. So that's one part. The second is we keep thinking that the answer is some sort of public-private partnership on finance and blended finance. It isn't. The answer is the markets. The markets have $250 trillion. They're the only ones capable of funding the change. And so if we change the accounting, they are incentivized to fund the things that actually are truly profitable, not profitable because we have a Mickey Mouse accounting system. The third is we have global solutions in one part of the world that we cannot transfer to another part of the world because the conditions and policies in the other part of the world are not suited. So global solutions rollout plus policy change where the environment is conducive to these solutions being implemented is a big one. And the fourth is in some ways the most difficult but the most obvious, which is the function of a financial system at any point in human history has been to fund enterprise, transitions, great powers, great shifts in the world. And so we need to embrace the transition to the information era and far more boldly fund AI, quantum mechanics, fusion, huge data, and make sure is not used to colonize people's minds, but is used to actually create benefits. And that requires some rule setting, but embracing the transition and speeding it up. Because the longer we're in the midst of a transition that we haven't realized, the more chance we have social political unrest and economic unrest, and we're in conflict. So we need to embrace this and speed this up. And there's a
Thank you
massive
so much.
opportunity for the world in that.
Yeah, this is well said. Thank you so much, Kitan. And this is fine to end with this positive direction toward the future. The audience and the followers of the discussion may agree with me that this has been an excellent panel. I know that we're all victims of the time constraints. Some of the issues needed more time, and I bet they will have more opportunities through WAAS to do more on the discussions on highlighting the practical solutions. But we're not alone in discussing all of these important elements. As I mentioned, the Finance for Development conference in Seville concluded with a consensus on direction for the next 10 years to support the sustainability at large and the Sustainable Development Goals on the 2030 agenda. And part of what they agreed on, all of the membership of the UN but one, they said, we commit to continued reform of international financial architecture, enhancing its resilience, coherence, and effectiveness in responding to present and future challenges and crises. To better reflect today's realities, we commit to make global economic governance more inclusive, representative, equitable, and effective. We will strengthen the roles of the United Nations and the rest of the institutions working in that architecture. Anyways, I think there are many platforms, including this one and the Finance for Development platform, that can really take these discussions and the great lines of wisdom and pillars of wisdom that we have really gained from the excellent four panelists today for a better future than the one that is being envisioned if we're not doing what we should really be doing. Thank you so much, and very grateful to the time and your great insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mahmoud, and
Thank you,
everyone.
Mahmoud. We missed your thoughts too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to share ideas
Thank
in
you.
competent environment.
Thank you. Stefan, thank you. Dragan, Katan, and Frank. Thank you.
Is anybody else on this call?
Dear Jonathan, how are you?
Hi. Oh, good to see you. Oh,
Yes, you're here.
now I have to go get a jacket. Okay, I get it. Do I get a tie too? I don't know.
Yes, I came from Brasilia now. I just came from Brasilia.
Ah, Isabella, what a great group.
Yeah.
Hello, Jonathan, Salo, Isabella.
Hi, Janani. Nice to see you
It's
again.
wonderful to be amongst friends, and I have a new friend now with Judge Bahia, so I'm delighted with that.
Okay, it's my pleasure.
So I was in Belém at the COP30 event that they put together. It was interesting, Judge, that the report did not report the presentation by the Chief Justice of the Brazilian Supreme Court.
He will be there.
He presented a speech on the rights of nature, which I thought was brilliant. But they didn't report it in the report of the event. I don't know why, but you know, this was your Supreme Court Chief Justice of your Supreme Court, and the reporting didn't even. I thought it was disrespectful that they ignored it.
I will be in Belém, Pará, but only in August 27th.
I commend the presentation by the Chief Justice. It was
Yes, I heard.
brilliant.
Brilliant. He is a very smart guy. He's brilliant. Yes, he's brilliant. Yes. Luiz
Really good
Roberto
value.
Barroso, his name. Luiz Roberto Barroso. He's a great justice at our Supreme Court.
You know, I think today the International Court of Justice is issuing its opinion on the rights on the climate and rights of future generations case. In fact, they probably released it in the last hour or so.
Let's wait.
Let's see.
Janani, I'm guessing that our friend Mila is probably multitasking on another panel.
Whenever she joins, the support team will promote her as panelist. So
Perfect. That's great.
Yes,
Okay,
Mila
the
is a
ICJ
multi-speaker.
issued its opinion. The ICJ issued its opinion 2 hours ago, identifying climate change as an existential threat to humanity. So they've issued their ruling. Wow. This is the case brought by Vanuatu. It was the biggest case ever before the court. Oh, the advisory opinion is several hundred pages.
Jonathan, I'm not sure if it's possible to include a link in the chat to something like that. But one thing I will mention, because it's so difficult to do that sometimes while we're sort of live, is that our outcome report will include links and information to our session. And Janani, will our rapporteur be joining us also?
Pardon, can you repeat that, please?
Yes, sorry. Will our rapporteur?
Rapporteur will be online now and will send us the report later. Mila has just joined us.
Perfect.
And we can send links in the chat. You had mentioned that.
Yes.
It's possible.
Hi, Mila.
I will.
Hello, Mila. And Janani, I think we're quite close to the top of the hour. Could you signal me when you think it's time to start?
We can start now, Isabella. Yes, and all the panelists we're here. Gary's also joined us.
Perfect. Let me just make.
Liberato Bautista is not here yet.
I don't believe he will be participating. He was sort of tentative to be confirmed, so I don't believe he'll be joining us. But of course, if he does, it would be delightful. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, happy midnight, whatever time it may be, as we have a conference literally across the globe with representatives from across the globe and tackling some of these difficult challenges in our agenda. And also, very importantly, a very popular word with the World Academy is solutions. So we're looking for solutions and we welcome your participation. We welcome comments in the chat. And I also wanted to let you know that we are going to be preparing a report of the session, and we can also include additional materials and links and citations to various documentation in that report for your future reference. So my name is Dr. Isabella Bunn. I'm joining you from Oxford University, and I'm honored to be chairing this session on such an important topic regarding the universal human values and new narratives for global cooperation, which is a topic that is obviously almost a cross-cutting theme for this entire conference. And we are joined by several extraordinary experts. First, I'm going to introduce my friend Jonathan Granoff, who is president of the Global Security Institute, an international lawyer, and literally a tireless advocate for peace and justice and an integration of values into the global system, into the global legal affairs, and also into the global economy. So I always listen to Jonathan and I always learn so much from him, not only from his intellect, but also from his spirit, which I'm sure is also going to come across in our conversation today. And then Janani Ramanathan is known to many of you because she's the Secretary General of the World Academy. And she is always calm and always multitasking and not only doing her own work superbly, but facilitating the rest of us in getting our own work done. So I wanted to thank her because often this kind of attentiveness does not get thanked enough. I have a new friend. Judge Bahia is joining us from Brazil. I say a new friend because I wanted to be sure I had all of his designations correct. He's also a professor and an extraordinary intellect. So he is going to be making some remarkable contributions to our discussion on values and narratives. And then finally, I have Mila Popovic, who is interdisciplinary and I have to say intergalactic. She's everywhere all at once. And you will see that from the agenda. So she is someone that brings not just a lot of energy and intellect to the conversation, but also this assimilation of relationships, ideas, and possibilities. And she has this wonderful sort of almost sense of energy, yes, but also of impatience. She really wants to get things done. So she will not settle for having a nice report at the end of this panel. She will want to see what happened, what has changed because we had this conversation. So I honor her for that. And she's going to energize us into thinking creatively about this conversation and what happens next, because I think that is the way Mila's mind works, is what happens next. So universal human values, new narratives for global cooperations. Of course, you've read the description in our elaborate and lengthy set of panel session write-ups about the challenges of global values over time and how we are now facing some risks of erosion from, may I say, some expected forces and some unexpected forces. And how do we respond to that as a community, as scholars, as professionals, as people that care about the future of humanity? One thing that struck me when we talked about the human values and the narratives, of course, it's mentioned the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a value, as a guiding force for the evolution of society. Okay, so we're talking about 1948 and the SDGs talking about 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. I think we need to remember that the development of consensus on these values in itself was a challenge. And so now we're almost revisiting a challenge on top of a challenge. And of course, the articulation of these values itself is essential. But I think the real focus here, and consistent with the academy, we must think about actualization. How do we make this real? The words on the page. How do we implement it in a practical way, in a continual process? I think of both alignment and assessment, sort of a course correction to see if we're being successful. I think the role of multinational and national policy making is central to this, but also relevant research, including what academics produce, and stakeholder engagement, and at all different kinds of levels. But I just wanted to begin, perhaps, I don't want to say a pessimistic note, but a bit of a cautionary note, which is, as far as the Universal Declaration is concerned, in terms of, yes, a standard for this global sharing of values. But originally, the intention was that the declaration would form the basis for a binding treaty on international human rights. It was going to be part of international human rights law. And what happened in the end, because of the Cold War, so again, we see how the political dynamics affect consensus and international law, two different conventions, treaties eventually developed, one focusing on economic and social rights, and one focusing on the more political, cultural, and economic rights. And so what you see is a civil and political rights, if I can just in shorthand, United States and the West, economic, social, and cultural rights supported by Russia. So there was a division almost at the outset in terms of the vision for the treaty on human rights. And this has continued to influence policies and programs and leadership on human rights in general, including within the structures of the United Nations. And we won't get into a lesson on international law, but of course, international law is subject to the consent of nation states, and many countries have acceded to one or more of these conventions. But also there is customary law, which becomes binding simply because it's so inherent in the system that must be obeyed by everyone. But I just wanted to make that point about how even at the time when it was formed and the vision for this particular declaration was not fully realized in the legal process, and that continues to this day. And also another interesting stream is the growing number of actors that are looking at the Universal Declaration and the various conventions as far as their own behavior. And I want to single out business and human rights. This has been a relatively new development, but think about mobilizing the private sector and the financial sector to support these objectives and the power that that represents and the potential transformative change that that represents. That could be a subject for an entire 3-day conference, no question about it. And also the other set of norms that was mentioned, SDG 17. The cornerstone of that process was a remarkable consultation. And it was actually a question that went out all over the world to all sorts of constituencies, all sorts of civil society groups. What kind of world do we want? And the process of those responses, literally probably hundreds of thousands from around the globe, was synthesized into the SDGs. So that represents really a wide consensus, but now we're getting a bit frustrated because we see the shortfalls on implementation. And of course, it's tied to both political will and financial resources. On top of that, we actually, as was mentioned in one of our other sessions, the United States, I should say the White House, has officially denounced the SDGs, not just withdraw support or be lukewarm, but actually denounced it. So this is another challenge that all of us have to face in our work to advance the momentum for this entire project. So I want to now turn, I think I'll begin with Jonathan and then Janani and then Judge Bakita and then Mila. And our other sort of charge, in addition to discussing these questions and identifying certain human rights for specific examination, but also this sense of forward momentum. What is the future vision for universal rights? And what is the future vision for the universal process also described in the SDGs? So Jonathan, over to you.
Isabella, how much time do I have?
You have, we've decided, because I negotiated this with the judge, it'll be about 7 minutes.
Could you tell me when I have a minute?
Yes, I will just raise my hand and hope you will notice
Thank
me.
you.
But, yes,
I
thank
think
you.
I think this discussion is extremely important. I think that values are what generate movement from what is to what ought to be. And since the theme is universal, I was thinking, what is the most universal articulation of our most basic human values? It's something that in every culture and every society that is sustainable is taught to all of the children in some iteration. And let me give you the iterations of that value. Hurt not others in ways you yourself would find hurtful. Buddhism. Christianity. All things whatever you would that you do to others, that you would have people do to you, do you to others. Do unto others as you would have them do to you. Hinduism. This is the sum of duty. Do not unto others that which would cause you pain if done to you. Islam. No one of you is a believer until he desires for others that which he desires for himself. Jainism. In happiness and suffering, in joy and grief, we should regard all creatures as we regard our own self. Judaism. What is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. That is the law. All the rest is commentary. Zoroastrianism. That nature only is good when it shall not do unto another whatsoever is not good for its own self. So it's either an affirmative duty to love others and treat others as one wants to be treated, or refrain from harming others as one doesn't want to be harmed. But underlying it is the principle of equity of all lives. And you can look at families in which this principle is honored in raising children and their stability in relationships. You can look at people who violate these principles in their personal lives and you'll see that they're disturbed inside themselves. You can look at nations that treat other nations as they want to be treated. They gain respect and thus security. Because this is part of the architecture of being human. So the different iterations of it point to an underlying principle of connectedness because it comes from the luminosity of the soul, which informs the conscience, and the conscience informs our intellects, and our intellects inform our laws and our values and our institutions. When you look at all of the conflicts in the world, all of the conflicts between people, you will always find a violation of this principle. What is striking to me in this day and age with respect to this particular principle is the failure to see a public dialogue in any of our educational institutions for international relations that nations must treat other nations as they want to be treated. It's unbelievable that you can get an international relations degree and never have any ethics in your studies, as if the behavior of nations would be different than the behavior of our own children or ourselves, as if the laws of morality, ethics, and values that bring us together as people in our families and our communities and in our nations don't apply amongst nations, as if we could be not human in our relations between nations. Very dangerous with AI because AI is like raising a child. You can say anything to children, but they will do what you do. And AI is now being informed by the rapacious greed of the market and the fearful nationalism that's driving populism and the separations amongst people. So it's very important that we articulate a moral principle that can help build universal values right now. It is clear that the golden rule is insufficient for the 21st century. What's noteworthy is, first of all, it's stated in different cultural nuances. But more importantly, when you'll notice when it's stated, it is only as you treat your contemporaries. But today, because of science, technology, and social organization, we affect the future. We can end the future of humanity. And thus, the question is, do we or do we not have an ethical relationship to future generations? Do we have intergenerational obligations? Now, under property law, which is the main concept in which we relate to the natural world in our institutions, you can sell your property, you can rent it, you can change it, you can borrow against it, and you can destroy it. We don't have a moral, ethical right to destroy the regenerative processes of nature upon which future generations depend. We don't have a right to end the possibility of future generations, our children, their children. So I would contend that we need a universal, simple, clear, E equals MC squared, simple thing, not 17 goals, not 150 policies, but something that everybody can understand like that and take a position in it, and out of which different laws can emerge. I would say that that is the golden rule for the 21st century. We must treat the lives and well-being of future generations as we want to be treated. That could be a galvanizing principle that could give coherence to the SDGs, to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which has now declared that nuclear weapons, the threat or use of nuclear weapons is a human rights violation, because it ends the possibility of future lives. So I think that, that if we could put forward a proposition like that, it is an implicit challenge to the property model that we have now. With the property model, we now are seeing, despite the fact that the law of the sea says the deep seabed is the common heritage of mankind, we see nations now vying to unilaterally license the ability to exploit the common heritage of mankind without reference to anybody else, as if nationalism, as if the nation is the ethical basis of our actions. So I think the ethical basis of our actions has to come from the conscience, which is part of our humanity, and we need to articulate a principle that is easily understandable to the public, understandable to every religion, understandable to people from a practical point of view. And I would contend that the golden rule for the 21st century would be a good place to start. Treat the lives and well-being of future generations as we want to be treated.
That's beautifully put, Jonathan. Thank you so much, because I know that you're a student of many wisdom traditions, and also your intellect allows you to synthesize them in a remarkable way. And I also liked what you said about reciprocity. Why, if reciprocity is used in so many different contexts, suddenly it's off the table in some of the largest questions that humanity is facing. So a golden rule in which we have to look to our treatment of the future. And then hopefully the future will treat us well in return. Thank you, Jonathan. And Janani, this will be a perfect time for you to come in because you also know Jonathan so well.
Thank you, Isabella. I'm so deeply engrossed in what Jonathan said. It's taking an effort to, come out of that. That was beautiful, Jonathan. During India's independence movement, we had a host of leaders, great men and women, who seemed to have extraordinary values, strengths, inner resources at their command, and they achieved at astonishingly high levels. The names of Gandhi and Nehru became world famous. There were hundreds of them nationally and tens of thousands who expressed similar values. They were operating at the regional, local levels. This is true for every country, even if it never had to strive for independence. Whenever we look back at different times of crisis in the past, we find that a host of great men and women rose to positions of leadership and helped navigate the difficult times. We see this during war, natural disasters, the pandemic. Crisis in general seems to give rise to heroes. After the problem is solved, somehow this group gradually fades away, giving rise to another set of people, somehow not quite the same in stature. So there is something about the pressure of crisis that creates greatness in ordinary men and women, or it brings out the values that are latent in all of us. So crises generate an intense pressure that compels people, organizations, societies, nations to discard their encrusted structures, reinvent themselves, and mobilize every drop of energy to ensure survival. Oh, we are all agreed here on the need for and the power of values. So, to me, the question seems to be, how do we instill values, preferably without a crisis threatening us? What can move us to greatness without the compulsion of an external challenge is a deep inspiration, something that guides or even compels us to rise higher from within. And what can generate this inspiration? Surely there are several answers to this, and one of them is the arts, narratives, stories. And by that I also mean literally literature and the stories that we tell. Literature has in it the power to move, and throughout human history, it has been a companion to great movements, sometimes being that catalytic spark, like the role that Harriet Stowe's Uncle Tom's Cabin or David Livingstone's books played in ending slavery. The arts have kept movements alive during the periods of struggle. Some of our most moving and powerful music and poetry have been created during troubled times. So, at the Mother Service Society, which is a social science research organization in South India, to which I belong, we have used literature successfully with people of all ages, starting from primary school children. And we find that great literature is true to life. It allows us to understand situations that are otherwise foreign to us, empathize with people in all types of circumstances, and most importantly, inspire us to act. What touches our emotions has a stronger and more lasting impact. And so in this process, as we take up maybe just a story and live through all those characters, through those situations, we find that positive human inspiring values are instilled in us. So I believe that in our formal and informal ways of teaching and learning, we all could tap into the arts, integrate the scientific and objective with the artistic and subjective, so that we see the whole, the totality, the truth. And basically, all great literature, they provide unique insights into the process of evolution that governs the advance of society, the evolution of values, culture, and they offer greater depth of penetration than maybe just information or objective scientific facts, because literature can, the arts in general, they can portray the subjective, psychological, and social consciousness of the characters and the times with far greater depth and realism than maybe in a textbook or an academic book. So therefore, I believe that the arts can be a powerful complement to the objective analysis of external events and situations. So literature and the arts in general, they can reflect history, they entertain and educate us, but they can also shape our collective future. This discussion of values has, of course, always been important. Now, with artificial intelligence becoming a greater force, it is even more so, because access to nuclear weapons and the power to decide the course of nations has always remained with a few. But AI is easily accessible to all of us. So that makes the need to instill and nurture values in everyone more urgent and critical, to ensure that this force that AI is used as a force for good. We cannot take the AI governance and regulation separated from the rest of technology and development of all types. If we are to address this issue of the ethics of AI, say, or to go deeper, the ethics of even science, technology, and development, or at a fundamental level, the ethics of humanity itself, we would need to address the root of this issue, our human values. Legislation, standards, and governing bodies all are essential, but a values-based education that nurtures entire generations of responsible, values-based human beings is the first and most important condition. And the arts can be a powerful tool in this endeavor. Jonathan had mentioned this, something as simple as E is equal to mc square. I can think of the Russell Einstein Manifesto, which said it very simply with the words, remember your humanity, forget the rest. 70 years later, this continues to be the message that we need. Thank you.
Janani, thank you. And of course, your comments fit into this theme of what are the new narratives, and can storytelling be part of that and engage not just our intellects, but also our imaginations and the possibilities, kind of along the lines of what Jonathan talked about, a golden rule for the future, engaging the future as essentially a stakeholder in our own lives and including that as part of our obligation. So thank you so much for those observations. And now I'm going to turn to Judge Bahia.
Okay, let me share my PowerPoint. It's ready to get the power appears to you?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, okay, thank you. Well, I'm an international law professor too, and I will talk about values and perspectives for the evolution of global society. And my point of view is that we can have three perspectives about universal values: a cultural universalism, a cultural relativism, or a multiculturalism. And these different perspectives can bring to us some difference, because when we imagine the idea of universalism, cultural universalism, uh, universal values, this kind of thing can bring the idea of supremacy. This kind of idea brings to us not common, but uncommon values, because external values will prevail over some values that some regions of the globe, some countries can imagine valuables. It's the idea of domination. It's the idea of one nation over another nation, nationalism. So it's the first perspective. The second one is the cultural relativism. Cultural relativism put all the values relative. So this idea or this perspective brings to us an idea of isolation and also uncommon values and also nationalism. And I believe that the best perspective will be the perspective of multiculturalism. This perspective, for this perspective, it's enough some core values, some common values, and with some common values that could be really core values, we can see integration, cooperation, outreach, solidarity, respect, multilateralism. And we are losing this nowadays because we can see the prevalence of the idea of cultural universalism or cultural relativism. It's very dangerous. And when you think about fair globalization, multilateralism, these first two perspectives put it absent. When you think about SDGs or Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we see this absence also when you see social tension, terrorism. The idea of universalism or relativism put it high. The religion is more excludent, not includent. Nationalism is always high when you think about relativism or universalism. The perspective of multiculturalism is inverse. This perspective brings to us more multilateralism, more SDGs respect, less social tension and terrorism, more inclusion in religion. We will not see fundamentalisms. and low nationalism. The nationalism is very complicated nowadays. We know that social interactions became regulated by fear of the enemy. Fear, we know, is one of the strongest force for cohesion. Fear, for instance, fear of foreign workers stealing jobs. When you see the Western speech, destruction of traditional values such as heterosexual and monogamic family, national religion, patriotism, language. When you see the pandemics, we can remember the discourse for jobs and business against the lockdown, against vaccines, against public interventions, and we experience one way to approach or to deal with the situation, minimizing risks, selling easy solutions like chloroquine. It's very complicated. Lockdown is a left-wing thing, and the individualism became more important. And it's because we have loss aversion. It's a heuristic. It's the bias of loss aversion. And for engagement, social networks use these fears. Bubbles and clusters depend on feelings that unite individuals inside them. And the most useful is the fear. Political forces want to continue to be political forces, so to take control of the political scenario. Right-wing values, individualism, nationalism, trying to annihilate all the time left-wing values, solidarity, multilateralism, cooperation, just to prevail in politics. And we can see a reckless struggle for power without a balanced thought. Because we know right values and left values must be simultaneously present. We need sometimes left values. Sometimes we need more individualism. And we cannot share the word between left and right. And this kind of polarization, nationalism is bringing that to us. And to conclude, the truth is that group identities are not natural categories, not innate, but learned. The path is common culture in some basic aspects, core values, for the social coexistence is needed. It's necessary to identify the essential traits in common mankind in each of us, common and core values. I'm finishing with these four quotes. Einstein, nationalism is infantile disease. It is the measles of mankind. Montesquieu, I'm a citizen of humanity first, and by necessity, and a citizen of France second, and only by accident. Albert Camus, I love my country too much to be nationalist, or Wells. Our true nationality is mankind. The logo, the former logo of the World Academy of Art and Science explains all. Unity in diversity. I believe that we need to imagine that this kind of polarization, it's our big challenge nowadays. We have to go over beyond this. And thank you, Isabella. I finish here.
Thank you so much, Judge Bahia. And you also, I think, in citing some great poetic literature, emphasize the narrative part as well, looking back at beautifully expressed thoughts, underscoring our common humanity. So I'm very grateful for that, in addition to the sharp intellectual legal mind with the analysis that you presented on the tensions of nationalism and multiculturalism. So now I'm turning to Mila for a 7-minute presentation. And please, Mila, you can refer to some of what you've heard already on the screen. And I know you had so many other sessions and engagements in recent days. It would be wonderful to get your perspective on things that perhaps we haven't seen yet or have reflected on deeply enough.
Thank you so much. I would like to take a little bit of a mathematical approach here. as the intro, and then propose a narrative that I've shared earlier at other panels and that I've applied in the country of Montenegro, and I've described it earlier panels why this is an interesting, so to speak, a navel in the world. So why it is important to prototype these things exactly in this area and at this moment, at the intersection of, so to speak, to be or not to be civilizationally and planetary. Well, I would like to look at the values as property agents. That values are not, that they are expression of a property, a quality, but they're active and they're agents. And when you apply them, they create certain outcomes. So what I would like to claim here, that they have this capacity to be the transcendental equations, to be the algorithms of success. What does that mean? That means that if you want to achieve at a higher level, you have to apply higher principles. So as an algorithm of success, if you will, it would mean that a certain sequence of actions that you apply based on certain properties, qualities, that is values, that should lead to a certain desired goal. In other words, there are steps, processes, and actions that we can take and apply to accomplish what we want individually and collectively. Who knows that better than the technology that we invented ourselves? But let us bear in mind that anytime you set an algorithm into motion, there is no going back when it comes to technology. The only corrective comes actually from applying ever higher values to correct the already set in motion algorithm, to adjust it, to refine it, and that's all puns intended with that, to humanize it, to empathize a code, if you will. So in order to generate and produce higher results, we need to apply higher principles. Systems thinking and complexity theory, we have to elevate and deepen simultaneously our capacities for thinking and visioning in order to be able to access the higher level, upgrade, and evolve. So with this being said, what is the value and the quality as the qualitative agent of trust, goodness, beauty, integrity, authenticity, empathy, compassion, self-giving in the world and others? So what we accomplish with applying them, with understanding that these values are guided by a higher mathematics, they're of paradoxical nature, meaning that when you divide them, they multiply their effect. That's where the paradox is. When you share, divide, and spread love, you exponentially multiply its impact and effect. So maybe look quickly at what are some of the qualities of higher values as the ones that I numbered. I forgot to say solidarity and other things, but they are inclusive. And Saulo mentioned unity and diversity. We all refer to that you can still protect the biodiversity and cultural diversity. In fact, that's what we need to do, but unified into higher knowledge and higher principles of planetary inclusivity in empathy, solidarity, and compassion. So they're inclusive. They're integral, meaning that in approach and effect, they have the integrating capacities, qualities that are also mutually productive. Solidarity is empathy in action, for example. So they're mutually productive and mutually enforcing. They have the balancing and harmonizing power. As some of our colleagues would say, and I've heard them say in the academy, we are wired for harmonization, for sure. So when you harmonize at the higher order, you have the broadest possible impact and multiply good effects of it. And they have the exponential quality. So they're beyond the additive and cumulative, beyond divisive. They're multiplicative in exponential way and transformational. So in the era of extraordinary existential risks and extraordinary convergence of technology, our only saving grace to lead the development of our own advance is to develop the horizontal value, qualities, and properties, which is the vertical, I apologize, a vertical guiding system of values that expands our capacity for valence, which is applying those values expands our capacity for connectivity, for valence in chemical knowledge means capacity to form compounds and bonds, meaning alliances, partnerships that will multiply the value of all of this. So this was an explanation to give some laws, higher laws that guide values and valence and what their properties are. What does that look like when you apply it on the ground? And if I can quickly share just a couple of slides for you and show you what we did. Are you able to see my screen?
Culture of interbeing.
That's exactly it. So I won't
couldn't have
read
made
it,
that up,
but
so you know that I'm looking at your slide.
exactly. So what I'm looking at, and I'll leave it because anybody can revisit this and read it as I'm talking about. What happened here is in the country of Montenegro, that is the multi-ethnic, multi-confessional, and multicultural country, just as Saulo mentioned. We have realized, Saulo, that we have a serious problem because it's like living islands in the sea. Everybody claims their right to their own entity, but there is no true connectivity. And the patriarchal system tends to mutually strengthen them to stay in isolation. In other words, saying, I don't tell you how to raise your children or whether you will empower your women. So don't come into my yard and in my house and in my community tell me what to do. So they ended up strengthening each other's isolation. And there's a big problem if you do that in the Balkans. You're destabilizing the region, potentially Europe, and on and on. So I won't discuss that. So what we thought is that multiculturalism is our natural state. Every city, every region, we ourselves are multicultural beings, but interculturality is something else. And it's based on this unified and unifying knowledge that all life forms, beings, and phenomena are interconnected and mutually interdependent. So without reading the qualities and the implications of this culture, I will move over to quickly show another slide so for future reference we can read. It starts from, first of all, healing the biosocial conflict on which all of our systems are built, meaning that we need to apply by vision and values of interculture, right? You are supposed to have the greater social cohesion as outcome, and then build models of peaceful coexistence, shared lives, solidarity, and co-responsibility for shared futures, which should lead to a new social contract that determines the value and price of everything. And in that sense, is causally linked to human security and true sustainability. In terms of coding, you will see this is, and I'll get us close to wrapping up, ethical, aesthetic, and ecological cultural code. What that means in the modern era, everything that is true, good, and beautiful that we've known all along, and that moves human spirit to actually go beyond its need to fulfill its needs and be guided by aspiration. So history is full of examples from Mandela to Malala to you name them, of beings that went beyond survival and needs to actually become exemplary in the world by being guided by higher values and aspirations. And in that sense, their legacy is immeasurable. Why is it that we celebrate them then, if the humanity is not already wired for higher aspiration? So that's what we need to tap into. And I will quickly point this out to you, that as you will see, going from the bottom up, it's almost like a chakra system, right? In colors and in connections. If you can correlate that without me extending more, expounding on this. But something that I would love to be noted here, and maybe tomorrow we'll discuss the source of this image, and some of the qualities that you see here. My final claim here is that when you invoke and apply the higher values, you will have higher outcomes with greater possibility of connectivity and impact. And that is the impulse and an inherent design internal to humanity that needs to be awakened. It's in us. It's like a sleeping giant seed that needs to sprout into this flower of life.
Mila, thank you so much. Complex, intellectual, creative all at once. And I'm sure further conversations have to be had so we can understand this better, both intellectually, but also its practical application. So thank you for taking us to a different space intellectually. One of the issues that was mentioned in the description of this this session that we're holding is about new narratives. And I just wanted to mention two sources that may also point a way forward that will be familiar to some of you. One of them comes from a professor that was at Oxford University at the Blavatnik School, Jonathan Wolfe. He has recently been appointed as the president of the Royal Institute of Philosophy here in England. And this was quite, I attended a conference on the nature of public policy and values, but this is a quote from him, a bit of a caution. Every question in public policy is a question that involves values. Even the decision to promote economic growth assumes that economic growth is a good thing, but that is something we shouldn't simply take for granted. When we dig a little deeper, questions about the common good, equality, and rights are everywhere. If we don't raise questions about values from the start, we may drift into ethically questionable policies without realizing until it's too late. So this is from someone who is wise intellectually and wise in terms of policy. And I think some of his observations do fit our conversation about future narratives. The other one, and I think I'm going to find Jonathan smiling at this because he's going to remember Hans Kung and his efforts from 3 decades ago for a global ethic and his institute that he founded in Germany. He was a theologian and a philosopher, and he believed that humanity needed a shared ethical foundation that transcends political boundaries, that transcends religious boundaries. He had several books, including one on global responsibility in search of a world ethic, and demonstrating, pulling those threads of both philosophy and religion to say that we have a lot to work on. They're celebrating their 30th anniversary, so I had a look to see maybe there's something upon their own reflection about their work on values from this multidisciplinary perspective. What would they say now, looking back? And this was quite interesting because they have this sense of encouragement, a guiding ethos for the future. And I will just read it to you verbatim. Social tensions and global upheavals challenges us, both as a society and as individuals, but we can only overcome them together. We are convinced the Global Ethic Project is more relevant today than ever. Whether in schools, communities, faith groups, our work creates spaces for interreligious dialogue, values-based civic education, social cohesion. We share our expertise, enable genuine encounters, foster a culture of understanding. Because a global ethic is not an idea of the past. It is a mindset for today and a hope for tomorrow. So I think this brings together this notion of the intellectual effort that we're making through the World Academy, as well as the creative effort that we're making. And I think just as a cross-cutting ethos for the whole organization really is one of hope, one of optimism. And I think that gives us all a sense of sustenance, both intellectually and creatively. And there is Jonathan. And I see hope in huge letters. It almost looks like an eye chart at an office of a eye doctor. Can you tell us what that is, Jonathan?
Yeah, this is a book that just came out last week. It's a book with 60 authors, including the prefaces by Oscar Arias, the great visionary political leader of Costa Rica, won Nobel Prize, Jane Goodall, and I have a chapter in the book on the golden rule for the 21st century. And so it's a fantastic book. It's called
Perfect.
Hope for Life on Our Planet, Inspiration for 7 Generations. It was put together by a very wealthy Norwegian industrialist who retired and said, I want to do the rest of my life to do what's most important. And hope is the first step in creating the change that we want to see. But I would say something, Isabella, that we need to make the argument that the values that we're putting forward are realistic. They start with the truth that the human family is not based on nations or religion. It's based on our common humanity. That's the truth. Number two, it is practical. Our values are practical. They're based on what will help people. Number three, they're necessary for survival. They meet the most practical test, and that they're realistic because they're based on realism. They're based on the hard empirical science that says there's one climate, pandemics don't have passports, nuclear weapons threaten us all. We're at a moment in history where the threats that are posed to every individual can only be met based on these universal values. The other alternative is purely based on ideas of identity, nations, religions that separate us. So I would say it's based on the idolatry of our own, something that we've created, idolatry of the intellect, or idolatry of ignorance, actually. So it's worshiping a set of ideas that we've created about our identities that separate us. So there's a great Sufi aphorism that is separate from yourself that which separates you from others.
And it's
Which is
so dark. We did not script this. I said we did not script this because I'm talking, I mentioned the sense of a mindset for today is hope for tomorrow. And then Jonathan seamlessly pulls out a book with large letters of that title. So I think we have to honor that synchronicity and also the additional wisdom that you bring together in that book. And I'm going to ask this because we do have to wrap up now. Are you able to put a link to how that book, the full title, and how it can be purchased in the chat?
Yes, I'll just put the full title. I don't know. Yes, you can get it on Amazon. Yep.
Yes, the full title, because hope, we should all be searching for hope on our AIs, and we'll get information, but it would be nice to have that a little bit more precise. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And as Jonathan, that'll be our last act together as a group. I want to thank you for your insights and for your care and for reinforcing that linkage between values and valuable action. And we'll conclude with Jonathan's posting the title so we can write that down and look forward to further inspiration, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to ask Mila, please post your slides.
Where do you want me to post the slides?
So we can have them.
We're going to be probably being cut off now with the time. I'm looking at the clock, but we can also add it to the report, the rapporteur's report. At the end, we can include,
yes,
because
right now I'm fumbling to figure out how to post that.
Exactly.
Yes.
So if that doesn't work, we will absolutely include it. And also, of course, Judge Bahia, your slides as well, so thoughtfully prepared and so thought-provoking. So we have, I think, dozens of new entry points in a very creative way to start thinking about these problems. I'm very grateful to all of you.
I posted them. It's an honor to stay with Jonathan, Isabella, and Janani and Mila. Nice to stay with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think this is the most important session of the whole thing because this is what people will give up their children, their lives, based on values and moral principles. They will not, they'll fight like dogs not to pay a cent in extra taxes, but they'll send their children off to die if they think it's the right thing to do. And I don't think that most of the progressive movements on the planet have not been making the values debate. They've been making a purely practical debate. The SDGs, I was just been, for years been involved in UN debates, and it's always purely utilitarian. And it's rare that anybody gets up and says, this is a moral imperative. This is not just the best way to feed our stomachs, etc. This is our humanity at issue. And the nationalists are making moral arguments. They're false, but they are making moral arguments that reach people's hearts. And we need to be making the argument and saying, no, you're actually extolling something you've created, and we are basing our values on something that was created by something beyond us. It's transcendent. It's something to which we're accountable. Call it whatever you want, but it's not, we didn't create our humanity. It's gifted to us. And that's what we're saying we're honoring.
And on that gift, Jonathan, I think our session is going to be finished. And thank you very much for that encouragement and your wisdom as ever. And thanks to all of you. And I think the conversation will continue, which is another great advantage of our friendship and our shared commitments. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Alpha.
Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel.
Hello.
John, are you following me around or am I following you around all day?
I'm not sure.
It's a conspiracy.
Okay. Should I kick off or will there be a signal?
I think you can go ahead. I think you're all there.
Okay, well, good afternoon or good evening, whatever time zone you may be in. It just turned afternoon here in New York. So it's great to have the chance to have this discussion. It's obviously a very important discussion, as are the others during this whole conference. I'll perhaps start with just a couple of minutes of remarks to maybe frame some of the thoughts that I have around this, and then go through our distinguished panelists, if we could each talk for just about 5 minutes, so we could then do some follow-up questions and thoughts. So restoring trust is obviously, well, is it obvious? And the answer is, I hope so. And the statistics would bear out that there is a lack of trust in institutions around the world. It's been trending negative both at the governmental levels, at the levels of business, and in fact in other areas such as healthcare and so on. So there is a very real issue around the restoring of trust. It is at historically low levels, and we have on some of these other panels discussed some of the reasons for that. And I think one of the big things that I think about is the need for shared facts and a shared narrative, one that most people can agree with. And I'll quote from a movie, and I think this relates to some of the issues we have now going on with revisionist history taking place in the United States and perhaps elsewhere. And that line is, who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? And I think, we have, unfortunately, a fair amount of that going on in the world, where people are saying what you saw is not what you literally saw, is not reality, when in fact you know it to be. In addition, if there is a shared narrative right now globally, unfortunately, the surveys that I've seen would indicate it really revolves around grievance and grievances. And when people feel aggrieved, their overall trust goes down, their views of institutions goes down, they believe the world becomes a zero-sum game. I win, you lose, and vice versa, and many other negative implications. So a big part of this to me is, how do we move beyond a shared worldview around grievance? And then I would say, in terms of both the positive and maybe even something that is even scarier, at least to me, is the advance of technology, and how it is has both the potential for being a huge positive influence in so many ways, and supporting democratic values, and supporting learning, and providing knowledge and agency to people, and at the same time can be exactly the opposite. And I think right now, which way that's going to go, in what ways, and by what degree, and where, is very much in the balance. And literally the next couple of years may prove to be decisive in that regard. So I think we have a very tall task, and an important task, and an immediate task, to educate around technology, its uses, so-called media literacy around AI, and how to use it in the right ways. And one of the things that I firmly believe, and I mentioned this earlier in another situation, another panel, that we need to have the most important companies in technology believe that the best outcomes for them are in fact through best practices. That if they actually do things for the good of humanity, they have the right kinds of rules and regulations, guidelines, etc., that is actually going to result in a better outcome for them. I am not sure that is widely believed at this time, and we can come back to that. So later on, I have a couple of thoughts around how we might restore trust, but those are some of the issues that keep me up at night, frankly, around this issue. And I look forward to hearing everybody in the panel. Again, if you could keep it just to a few minutes so that we'd have a chance for some crosstalk after. And I'm going to go around my screen. So I think, Alberto, if you wouldn't mind going next, and as our distinguished chairman as well, you're next on my screen. So welcome, Alberto.
Hi, thank you very much. Well, we do have enormous amount of research how trust can be destroyed, eroded, and how trust can be repaired and reestablished. I'm talking about my field of experience, that is basically in the field of mental health, of education, and also of conflict reduction and conflict solution. Basically, we have the concept of working alliance in education, in medicine, or any of the so-called helping profession. Also, working alliance is a concept on community work, where the whole community is helped. Also, there is a therapeutic alliance. All the all the variable of all kind of alliance at the individual, group, and community level have been highly researched, and they are relationship established based on respect, profound respect, respect of differences of different religions, different orientation of any kind. Not only respect, and so lack of judgment, pro-judgment, and stereotypes, but empathic understanding. The third variable needed is authenticity, to be authentic and to be perceived by the others as authentic. And then in every relationship, there are some ruptures of this alliance based on trust. Well, then important is the ability from both parties is to repair the alliance, to say, excuse me, I didn't want to hurt you, or whatever. I have seen this with my own eyes for the last 50 years, with the clients in psychotherapy, with students at any level and grade, with head of states and diplomats, and with community work. But what I have seen with my own eyes is just confirmed with a lot of research and results of such research that are congruent with just what I said. So if we want to restore trust, we have to promote the election of trustable politicians that are reliable and transparent. If we want to restore trust in the schooling system, we have to base relationship between teachers and students based on respect. And most of all, we have been destroying the environment. So we need to restore the capacity of not being at war with ourselves, with other people, and with living system, because we've been destroying our livelihood. But the future can be actually promising, because the research that I've been talking about is available to everybody, and there are so many examples of this. So, for example, one thing would be, and here I finish my intervention, to create, maybe the World Academy, a free database on where the restructuring of trust and the effective working alliance with the good cost-benefit effect is available for anybody interested in this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Alberto. And Glenda, we'd love to hear some opening remarks from you.
Sure, thank you. I apologize for being late. There was a technical glitch, so I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate, and happy anniversary to WAAS. Trust, not an easy thing. We tend to think about trust not as a problem to solve, but as a pattern to shift. That it's high dimension, it's open system, it's non-linear. And so the idea of fixing it with an individual specific fix at any level of the system seems unduly hopeful. And so when we think about wanting to establish patterns of trust, we think of 3 practices that we use in human systems dynamics. They'll all be familiar to you. One is inquiry. So if you show up, or as an institution show up in a space in a true stance of inquiry and curiosity, that begins the pattern formation. The second is to be adaptive. So there's a process that we call adaptive action, where you see and then you understand and then you act, but always in consonance and in relationship to the system, whether it's individual or institutional, at whatever scale. And the third is to understand and to think about patterns. So that if I think about trust, I don't think about it as a finite game with a beginning and an end and winners and losers, but I think instead about it as a continuous process of engagement where at each individual interaction, there's an opportunity to establish a pattern of trust in a moment, and then a sequence of those or a collection of those establishes a larger scale trust pattern over time. And so in our basis and complex adaptive systems, that's how we think about trust in human systems. And I feel so sorry that I haven't heard what others had to say before, but I'm pleased to be here, and I look forward to seeing you in the video. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for that, and you're not so late. Don't worry. Dennis, we've had the pleasure of being on a couple of discussions today, but I look forward to your remarks on this topic.
Thanks, John. And maybe first of all, to explain my background, I was a member of Parliament for 28 years. I was served as a cabinet minister in Ireland, and in the recent past, I've chaired a working group of parliamentarians within the Interparliamentary Union, which is like the United Nations, but where parliaments come together. And that working group has been focused on how we can feed scientific evidence into the whole policy process within Parliament. And in relation to this question of trust, I'm going to revert back to the paper that Gary and Catan produced and the talk yesterday in relation to the peace offensive. And one of the key elements in relation to the peace offensive is to try and promote positive momentum on peace and human security through innovative strategic initiatives. And I think what we urgently need to see is leadership in thought that actually translates into effective action, and picking up on what Glenda just said about developing a trust pattern. And I think what we need to do is to look at a number of lighthouse projects that can develop this trust pattern that Glenda has spoken about, can address the need as set out in the peace offensive for strategic initiatives. And one of those, I believe, is the Human Exposome Project. And this is a project about mobilizing science and technology as a force for good, bringing researchers, policymakers, decision makers, and global stakeholders together to address environmental health disparities and promote environmental justice. And it's about integrating cutting edge research to transform our healthcare system, ensuring that medical advancements align with environmental stewardship to safeguard future generations. And I think we have a chance now to actually try and stop people getting sick in the first place, rather than waiting until actually diseases show up, by tackling the root causes of illness, such as pollution, poor diet, and stress, many of which are integrated into the whole Sustainable Development Goals. Globally, disability adjusted life years from diabetes to Alzheimer's disease have doubled in the 20 years up to 2021. Over that time, heart disease has trebled, and that's according to the World Health Organization. And yet our genes only account for about 3 to 5% of these illnesses. Environmental factors like air quality, chemical pollutants, our dietary risks, social stressors make up about 90% of the causality in relation to chronic illness. And this is on the rise right across the world, both in terms of death and in terms of disability. And I think we stand today at a pivotal point where science can actually offer us the tools to uncover some of the hidden drivers behind disease and transform global health. And this Human Exposome Project that was launched in Washington earlier this year is that transformative opportunity, a lighthouse project to bring everyone across the globe together in a joint initiative. And it's a bit like the Human Genome Project, which transformed our understanding of our genes. And what researchers are trying to do now in a broad range of research disciplines, along with policymakers and decision makers like myself from right across the planet, low income and middle income countries as well, is to try and systematically map and characterize the environmental exposures that impact on human health right from conception through to death. It's a huge challenge. And on top of that, with all of the geopolitical tensions that we're dealing with across our planet, it makes it even more difficult. But it's an opportune time to bring everyone across the world together to make our planet a better place for everyone that lives on it. And the opportunities are huge here. Reduced hospital admissions, cleaner air, healthier diets, communities empowered to make informed choices. From a global perspective, we can address chronic illness, which has no respect for borders. And the knowledge in this project generates will help every single government tackle some of the shared challenges that we have, from respiratory illnesses right through to cancers that are linked with environmental exposures. And the economic benefits are huge. Globally, the cost of chronic illness is projected to reach $47 trillion by 2030. And we can help to alleviate some of the financial burden faced by many countries in actually addressing this issue. And of course, a healthier population means a more productive workforce, a stronger economy to help fund some of the social initiatives that many governments want to see developed. So I think supporting initiatives like this is a powerful message. It brings government together that are prepared to work at a time of global uncertainty to tackle a universal issue now that we have across our planet in terms of chronic diseases, and to show the public that governments are interested in their concerns, that they want to see the people that they represent having these issues addressed effectively. And I think it's a really innovative and practical bridge to bring about a real world impact to overcome the isolationist agenda that we see in some of our countries today. And I think this is not just the Human Exposome Project is not just about research. I think it's the foundation of a new era of multilateral cooperation for a healthier and far more equitable world. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Dennis. And I think that that is really interesting because clearly it benefits from the global scale of information that one can access for that, as well as the applications of it. So I think that's a terrific example of a lighthouse project. Thank you. Isabel, it'd be great to hear some thoughts from you.
Thank you, John. And John likes me because I'm a loyal AOL customer since inception. So
my
thank
wife
you
as
for
well.
that technology. It's changed my life. Fascinating conversation, and I'm so grateful to be part of this conversation with you. John, you had mentioned this sense of looking at, in the terms of the reflections you're talking about, related to trust. It's interesting that the 2025 Edelman Trust Barometer was on the subject of grievance, which I think for anyone who's an ethicist or a lawyer or a public policy maker, that is an incredible set of data and insights that can point the way in terms of coming up with some useful strategies, like even the one that Dennis mentioned in terms of are our governments, are our policymakers delivering on the kinds of questions and problems that the citizens are experiencing in the short term and in the long term. So it's a cross-cutting theme, but the very fact that the most serious crisis of trust by the top organization, the Edelman Research Institute, that looks into this, they pick that as the #1 thing we should be looking at. So I think that's quite fascinating. It's usually released at the World Economic Forum in January, so there'll be a new one coming out next January. But what's interesting, at the same time, the forum itself, from their internal research, issues a similar report, but on essentially global risks. And I find it fascinating to take what Edelman is saying about trust and look at it alongside that catalog of global risks, which is dramatic, and that list is getting worse. And it also seems more intransigent in terms of how do we intervene. And the comments made here about the necessity for collaboration and also impact measurement come through very clearly. So these insights on not a problem to solve, but a system to shift are also really fascinating, and the notion of the lighthouse to really galvanize attention. So I wanted to just make that point on the side of on the trust point. But I also wanted to say that I've been thinking a lot about trust because I'm going to be designing an interdisciplinary colloquium on the topic of trust at Oxford University next year. So most of my information is in the form of questions. So your own comments are so helpful in informing me about what should be considered in this kind of conversation. And the Edelman research is certainly part of that, sort of that notion of trust and the crisis of grievance. Risk is certainly part of that. The notion of why trust is so important, both personally and institutionally and socially. It's a multi-level approach that needs to be made. The challenges of trust and what can be done to address them, how communities can respond with some form of resistance, how do we respond to the larger global turbulence, using that exact word that we've been using for the last few days. Also, I'm one of these people that thinks in a very cross-sectoral, multidisciplinary way. So what about the sectors? What about public services? What about business and the economy? What about civil society and NGOs and how they operate now, including their push toward localization? It adds a whole nother level to collaboration and trust building. I also see this sense of shared objectives that might inform other sectors in terms of whether it's business, whether it's governments, whether it's civil society. Needless to say, the AI question is a major theme here. You're probably aware that one of the largest single benefaction in the entire university's history was by Schwartzman, and 500 million, I can't remember now, dollars or pounds, you can tell from my accent, 500 million to establish AI, humanities, and ethics at Oxford. It's transforming infrastructure within the middle of Oxford, which is not an easy thing to do. There's a new humanities quadrangle coming in, a humanities sector, and some of the best minds in the world are gravitating to start asking and answering the kinds of questions that we're asking on this very session. So it's an optimal time to be thinking about really transforming trust through interdisciplinary insights, whether it's science, law, medicine, philosophy, journalism, education, of course, technology, and the list goes on and on. And it's something that is not just for us as more senior academics and policymakers and business leaders, and certainly leadership itself ties into that, but also that next generation and what the students are concerned about. And they are deeply concerned about the issues in the conversation that we're having now. So I just wanted to say, I don't have a lot of information on trust in front of me. I have a lot of questions, and I'm so grateful for how you can help me think through and develop this notion of a consultation colloquium at Oxford. And let me also mention another word, which is fear. That is actually in the headline of our planned session, which is restoring trust in an age of uncertainty, insecurity, and fear. And when I think about fear, I also think about major anniversaries, as we are here today thinking about our 65th anniversary for WAAS. But in 1941, President Roosevelt in America gave a speech to Congress, which was later known as the Four Freedoms speech. So October, I think, no, January 6, 1941. And he developed a scheme for four freedoms: the freedom of religious worship, the freedom from fear, the freedom from want, and the freedom to live a life of dignity. Those four freedoms helped to inform the Transatlantic Charter. They later informed the United Nations Charter, and they later informed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is a phenomenal pedigree. It also ideally dovetails with the campaign that the World Academy is involved with on global security. In a sense, the answer to the fear is the global security in all of those dimensions. And the kind of conversation we're having here could be shaped in that framework of how do we both enhance trust, get the data, understand the impact, work collaboratively, do it cross-sectorally, use the problem solving that Dennis so eloquently described for any kind of problem, enhance government outcomes, citizen satisfaction, and freedom of religion, from want, freedom from fear, and that life of dignity. Those freedoms could be helped to be realized through that kind of strategic approach. I think it captures the imagination, and I think everyone understands fear, whether it's a school child, whether it's someone who's a teenager, whether it's a senior executive, whether it's a government leader, whether it's a military leader. We understand fear, and we know how important it is to mitigate it in any way possible. So I think we have a unique opportunity thinking about trust, thinking about technology, thinking about the brilliant minds that WAAS has drawn together, and how this could support this campaign for global security and human security. Thanks.
Thank you, Isabella. And you mentioned the Edelman report, which I've cited earlier, and actually Alberto cited it in his slides, on his slides. And I think it is a very instructive report, including on what you just mentioned about fear, because one of the underlying things that it's seeing is a greater trend towards fear of institutions not looking out for individuals, not having their interests at heart, and that they're really subservient to the interests of the wealthy and so on. I mean, things that are not unusual and new in the history of the world, but becoming more prevalent and more. And so there is clearly an element of fear in all of this. That's in the lack of trust that we see. Yeah, Ryan, please give us any opening remarks, and then we'll have a few questions for everybody.
So, just a quick overview on who I am. So I'm a physician. I've spent most of my career overseas helping people in times of disaster. So I spent a year on the ground in Haiti in 2010 after their big earthquake there. So I've seen the fear, I've seen the lack of trust, I've seen the chaos that ensues when all else has failed. And so I've spent a career trying to restore hope and trust. And I'm also helping on the board of an organization educating girls in Afghanistan against the will of the Taliban there. So I'll start with a quote. Never had men considered themselves so intellectual and so completely in possession of the truth. Never had they considered their decisions, their scientific conclusions, their moral convictions so infallible. All were excited and did not understand one another. Each thought that he alone had the truth and was wretched looking at all others. They did not know how to judge and could not agree what to consider evil and what good. They did not know whom to blame, whom to justify. Men killed each other in a sort of senseless spite. Sounds like our times. And that was written in the 1860s as part of the epilogue of Crime and Punishment by Dostoevsky. So we are being surrounded by misinformation, disinformation. We have many groups on all extremes trying to sow fear and confusion. And why do they sow fear and confusion? Because once you have the fear and confusion, we feel more empowered when we're angry. And then the anger can be directed so that you can have somebody to hate or something to hate, something to be afraid of, and draw the people together, and then you're under control. So as we're trying to look at solutions, we need to keep that in mind. If any organization or individual is telling you to be afraid or to be angry, they want to control you. So figure out what they're trying to make you do. Okay. We need to look towards organizations that will counter these things. We need to counter the fear, anger, and hate with hope, compassion, and education. That's what we need to do. We need to rehumanize the people that have been dehumanized. So working with the girls in Afghanistan, helping them see that they have a value beyond property, which is what they're being told they are by the Taliban, essentially. Their voices cannot be heard in public. They are not allowed to go outside. They can't go to the hospital without a male relative present. They need to see that they are of worth, and giving them an education that is recognized internationally helps them start that process. Helping the people of Haiti when they lost everything, literally. I worked with people who lost their home, their family, and every earthly possession. And how do you get them to see any light at the end of the tunnel, any reason to go on? So you start small. Help people see the little hope that they have. You got out of bed in the morning. That shows hope, that you had an expectation that things would be good enough, that you could find food, shelter, safety. Okay, and I'm not talking about the passive hope where you sit on the couch and wait for a free pizza to be delivered. I'm talking about the active hope, which drives you to start an education, not knowing if the world will be there at the end of your education, but with the hope that that will open more possibilities for you, that you'll be able to do more, you'll be able to provide for yourself and a family. Having children shows great hope because you have the expectation that the world will be around and safe enough for them. And so there's so many people living in active danger, and helping them to find hope and trust. That's the challenge. But what we're living in right now is a world where people are referring to others as non-player characters. They are dehumanizing everyone other than themselves and calling compassion our greatest weakness. Compassion is never a weakness. We need to use tools like AI to connect more to humanity rather than distance ourselves further. We should not be having our intimate conversations with an AI chatbot. We should have that used as a tool to help us to connect to actual human beings. We're living in an isolated, angry, afraid society. And we have wonderful tools that can help us to change that. So use the tools for good purposes and open our hearts to compassion, even though it hurts, it's painful, it's difficult. And then help others find hope. Okay, that's all I have to start. So I'll let us move forward so I don't take up too much time.
No, well, Ryan, thank you very much for that and for grounding us in the very real world implications of this conversation, and your as this lived experience. So it's quite poignant and affecting. So thank you for that. And brings to mind a question. Maybe we could go back around through the panel. You mentioned, Ryan, your words were start small. Dennis earlier mentioned a lighthouse project around human genomes and disease, but maybe we could go back around to each of us. And one of the questions to me is, how do we motivate people on this issue? The things you mentioned, for example, Ryan, the values you articulated, and certainly all of us, and not least of which was Alberto. I think if we can a moment stipulate to and say that it seems this group would agree with most of those values, if not all. But how do we motivate people to do something and use the tools that exist around these types of issues? What does it take to get more people engaged in this? And we'll go back around if that's okay. So Alberto, any thoughts on that would be most welcome.
Yeah, one of the many ways is to share with everybody the incredible damage that the destruction of human rights and human security brings not only to the affected population, but to each of us. Every person going to the supermarket is paying part of the cost of the destruction of human rights and security all over the world. We have in Italy 1% of the GP every year burn for just trauma of young people. and only 1 in 3 trauma survivor is detected by the system. So basically, Italy loses 3 times as much. So if we put down transparently what everybody is lacking, and also the cost benefit, for example, the World Academy has, I launched a trauma care free training program for Ukrainian colleagues. And what is the magic word restoring, even helping people traumatized to grow from trauma? Reestablishing trust. And how reestablish trust? With the relationship based on respect, empathic understanding, and authenticity. These are not a good idea and of good people. These are scientific, solid research. But we need to help people to have a trust sextant, to orient them to have more trust on themselves, in others, and in the world. If we have trust in life, we would be less distrust towards ourselves, others, and all the life forms.
Thank you very much. Glenda, you mentioned kind of an approach to systems thinking, and I would call it humanistic systems thinking, if I may. And how do you motivate people to embrace that?
Thank you. There are a couple of things there. So one is, I just want to say how I'm smiling as each of you talks about your interventions. I'm hearing, whether you intended or not, that there's humility of inquiry in each one, that there's iterative learning and action over time, and that you respect the connections. And so it just is it's been really fun for me to hear your powerful real life interventions in that way. There are 2 things that I'd like to kind of extend that have been touched on. So one has to do with this systems approach of complex systems, and that's the blessing of nonlinearity. That in these systems where agents are massively entangled and mutually causal, by acting trustworthy, you engender trust in others. And so that process, that kind of reflection, evolutionary emergent process in systems is going to be really a friend to us as we try to spread this work around. And this is the second thing, it's not a once and done kind of question. If any program is not continued over time, if there's not a continuity to it, because the system's not going to come along quickly, it's going to take many, many interventions for a trust pattern to emerge. And so if we're not totally committed to an intervention over time and in a consistent way, then we'll abandon the system before it has a chance to build trust. And so those 2 things, one is believing in the power of the system to regenerate what is positive and healthy. And the second, to stick with it in a kind of continuity, to encourage, give the system a chance to emerge into a new pattern. Those are the 2 things that I would just add to the wonderful ideas that I've heard. So thank you.
Thank you. And now, Dennis, you did give us a very specific project as a lighthouse project, which is fascinating and important. How do you motivate people to rally around it?
I'll come back to the comment that Glenda made earlier, and that is that you build trust with an intervention over time, and you have to be committed to that intervention over a period of time. And I go back to my own experience and the presentation by a colleague earlier on in the week, Bertie Ahern, the former Prime Minister of Ireland, who was one of the architects of the Irish peace process. And it has been a very challenging ongoing peace process that we're involved in. And one of the things that has been absolutely consistent in terms of the engagement between the 2 governments on the island of Ireland, between the governments between our different islands, has been the use of evidence and science to try and move policy issues forward. And it was a way of having an intervention over time that wasn't moving, shifting, and changing with the changing global dynamics. It was based on evidence. It was based on a clear platform of trying to solve solutions, common challenges that we have, and come forward with common solutions based on research evidence, academic evidence, scientific inquiry. And that's why I think this particular project that I'm talking about in terms of the Exposome project is so innovative, because it's being driven by medicine, it's being driven by science and research, but it requires government intervention, the governments to come along that process in terms of developing the policy and the regulatory interventions that are required. And why I think this is really interesting is, and it comes back to a point that I made earlier, we have to pick our battles in terms of building trust in a multilateral society, in such a fragmented multilateral planet that we're in at the moment. But can we pick win-win issues that there are clear self-interests there, but also there are huge multilateral benefits? And this is a project that does that. There isn't a country in the world now that isn't managing some challenge in terms of chronic illness. In my own country, and as Environment Minister in Ireland, one of the challenges that I had to deal with was the fact that 4 people a day were dying in my country because of poor air quality. And we huge problems with chronic illness in terms of asthma with children. 1 in 5 children in Ireland have asthma. 1 in 13 adults have chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. And you can go to any other health or environment minister across the planet, and they will identify other chronic illness challenges that they have. So there is a clear self-interest here, both north-south and east-west. And is there now an opportunity to bring a coalition of the willing together that is going to work on a multilateral basis, regardless of geography, regardless of religion or ethnicity, to look at these problems and come forward with practical solutions? And I think this is one that ticks those particular boxes. It's not going to be solved overnight. This is a marathon. There are hopefully going to be some small wins in the short term in relation to it, but it is about a long-term commitment of governments, of academia, of science and medicine, of policymakers and decision makers, everyone coming together, agreeing at the end objective that we want to see. Yes, it's a long journey, but working towards that. And I think it is something that meets that win-win situation of addressing the short-term self-interest of countries as well as dealing with the global challenges as identified by the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you for that. Isabella, you've focused on a number of questions, and also you remarked that you find students are very engaged in these questions. But in your view, has that engagement translated into actions and what they then adopt as values and actions? And if not to the degree we'd like, what do you think would motivate them more?
Well, a couple of points. First, I'm just very fascinated by the latest exchange of comments. And what struck me in terms of the trust question and also the government question in terms of delivering on services is that foundational notion of, whether we call it an enabling environment or an infrastructure, or looking at SDG 16 on peace, justice, strong institutions. Places like the Institute for Economic and Peace do a positive peace index. The World Justice Project does a rule of law index. Freedom House, until it was basically gutted, was doing a freedom in the world index. There's also a corruption perceptions index. And I think because these are data driven, they do get more headlines and more people read and respond and react to them. And because it is on a comparative basis and often year on year, it has that bit of a narrative that we've also been talking about throughout this conference. So SDG 16 is something that I care deeply about, and I see it as a foundational goal to achieve, to accelerate achievement on all the other goals. And the private sector is also has a deep stake in this. I worked on a project with the United Nations Global Compact on this exact issue of how the corporate board, not just looking at corporate governance, but also in terms of global governance and SDG 16, because you can't have a perfectly run business in a chaotic, conflict-afflicted, unequal, untrustworthy, fear-mongering society. So I think there is that larger interest in the economic sphere to create that stability. And I know ESG is on its way out, but it's also an ESG question. How can you have a fabulous ESG performance, environmental social governance, in a place that's in chaos, in a place that has violence, in a place where there's rampant distrust, healthcare issues, and so forth? So I think some of these underlying systemic questions is what appeals to me. Students, I think, have that sense of idealism, and they also are, I think, increasingly linking that idealism to potential career paths. When I first came to Oxford, it was a very uninterdisciplinary place. There was no business school, there was no Blavatnik school, there was no James Martin School of the 21st century. But within the business school is an interesting phenomenon, which is they used to have something called Silicon Valley comes to Oxford, and some of the executives would come and sit in on classes and give the lectures and encourage the students in their careers. And that left to Jeff Skoll funding the Skoll Center for Social Entrepreneurship. And it was an interesting study also within the dynamics of what a business school is for, because it shifted them obviously away from the bottom line in a very specific financial sense to a much more inclusive model about what business is responsible for. And students loved this, and the fact that they could engage with those social enterprises and use those lessons in their perhaps more mainstream enterprises was something that was extremely creative. As far as the management, if I can put it this way, of course, if you go into social enterprise, you're not going to exactly be pulling in the kind of salaries that if you went into asset management or if you joined one of the consulting firms. So there was a downward pressure on the rankings because entry-level salaries for the graduates is one of the criteria. But in the long run, that has really shifted the ethos of the business school to look at also the humanities, but also problem solving. And one of the projects that one of the former deans, Colin Meyer, developed with the British Academy was a 4-year project on the future of the corporation, which developed a concept of corporate purpose. And that corporate purpose being to solve the problems of people and planet. And while you're making profit, of course, you're a business, you do not contribute to the problems of people and planet. So that really resonated with me. I served on the corporate advisory board on that project, and I thought it was genius. And I think that intuitively, the students today understand that not only do companies have to have a purpose, I think they're examining their own purpose, and they certainly have a big streak for the sustainable.
Great, thank you very much. I'll give you mine, and I am mindful of the time. So Ryan, when we get to you in a second, I'm going to flip the question for you to a different question. But my father passed away 3 weeks shy of his 100th birthday a little while ago, which he had a terrific life. And towards the end, he wasn't able to articulate that many things that well. But whenever he would see me, he would always ask me, "What big things did you do today?" And I always felt that I fell short of that question because I'm not sure that every day I did something notably big. And Ryan, you mentioned this, but I did over time realize I could do small things every day and to keep at it. And so even though he would continue to ask me that question, I would answer it with small things that I did that day, but tried to keep up. So I do think, and again, Ryan, you mentioned that, and I do think that's a big part of this too, is there are big things to be done, but there's things that we can all do every day. Now, Ryan, I'm going to flip it to the fear question. So we don't have time to go around to everybody, but you've worked on the ground in very difficult circumstances with very real world issues. What do you fear most that people that prevents people from understanding what is really needed here?
So I was on a call with the Club of Rome a month or two ago discussing ideas for peace. And when I mentioned that this idea that we're being manipulated by people who want us to be afraid and angry, and I mentioned Haiti and Afghanistan. And one of the ladies on the call said, but they're actually in danger. And there's a difference, okay? Fear is a normal reaction. Anger is a normal reaction, but they should not be the foundation for what we do.
Mm.
So we should not have international policies based on fear and anger. We should realize those are reactions, not strategies. Okay? We're not living in a world where zero-sum games exist. We think that we are, but even the richest people, they got there with the help of others, and others got wealthy with them. Even the worst dictators, they got there with the help of others. Okay, so I think the Nash equilibrium is a better model for things, but in the end, we need to work together to address the fear. So you look at things like Malcolm Gladwell's broken windows theory. People misapplied that by thinking, oh, if there's broken windows and it increases the general crime in the neighborhood, let's crack down on minor vandalism. No, the idea was you fix those windows and you help restore the trust and the peace and the hope in the community. If you drive through a neighborhood where everybody is throwing garbage out of their windows, that community has lost hope. They don't see a future for that community. So rather than focus on that and just make it go worse, we need to work together to clean up our neighborhood, clean up our own lives, help to reduce these things rather than just using the stick. We need more carrots. We need to support programs to help people see that there is a brighter future and they don't need to be so afraid. And in Haiti, they brought me a woman who had lost everything. Her family was killed while she was preparing dinner on the day of the earthquake. So January 12th, 2010. So she went from celebrating to absolute tragedy, lost all of her belongings, her home, and her family. And how can you help her? She wanted to die, and anybody else would in the same situation. But I told her to use that pain to help others. Use the fear and the uncertainty to develop compassion and help others to heal. So I connected her with other women and children who had lost everything. And, she found a purpose, as Viktor Frankl spoke about. If you have a purpose, you can get through anything. So I've kept following up with her and hoping to God that something would get through, and it worked. After a few months, that woman was smiling. She was surrounded by people who knew her pain because she helped them heal from their own pain. Okay. Rather than focusing on our own problems, we need to help the people around us to not be afraid. We need to actively seek the people who have lost hope and help restore it. And we can get people to do that out of pure selfishness, because it will help them psychologically as they change the focus of their own lives away from the things that they have lost. So we have to do something. And yes, we have a major uphill battle, but it's one person at a time, one step at a time, one day at a time. Help the people around us, help the people we can find. And then we will sow those seeds of hope and make a difference. Sorry if I got a little
No. Once
on my
again, I
answer,
want to
but
thank you for your very real, heartfelt, and very affecting and true to life remarks. So thank you. We are at time, so I'll just close with one last thing that a little note, good note, I believe, for this panel and also for the World Academy overall. If you look at the Edelman report, which we've referenced, buried in there, if you look at all the different types of occupations, government occupations, business, etc., The two most trusted, still today, the two most trusted are scientists and teachers. So hopefully we collectively at the World Academy can use that trust that we still have to the purposes that we've talked about here. So thank you everyone for this and this terrific and heartfelt discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks very much. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
Yes, it was.